doubt that the cardinals would be able to find coalesce around one candidate this quickly, because they were from so many countries throughout the world, but they managed to do it, which makes me think that it's a front runner. It's somebody who went in, that there probably weren't enough votes for there to be a stalemate. But I don't want to get too predictive, because as they say, you go in a pope and you come out a cardinal. So who knows? It could be anybody, really. But just an incredible, electrifying moment, and people pouring into the square the minute the smoke came out. Just rushing down Via della Conciliazione. Everybody wants to get closer to see that moment when the leader of the Roman Catholic Church, the new leader of the Roman Catholic Church, steps out on that central balcony in St. Peter's Square after, as David mentioned, that announcement, Habemus Papam, we have a pope, is made. Just really an amazing moment, Adrian.
Megan, thank you, and I know you have so many people to talk to. We will be speaking with you very soon, and certainly as soon as we see who emerges on that balcony and we hear who it is, we will be getting a sense from you of how people feel about who it is. We already know they are ecstatic that there is a pope, but it will be so interesting to see how they feel and what story they think it tells about who that pope is. So that's Megan Williams, always in the right place at the right time. Happened to be in St. Peter's Square just as the white smoke was emerging, which happened at 12:08 Eastern Time, 6:08 p.m. local time, which again tells us that it was on the fourth ballot. Possibly the fourth ballot. That's right, possibly the fourth ballot. If that is the case, that is very, very quick for the biggest conclave that's ever happened. So that's going to be interesting. We don't know, obviously, who the new pope is, but we might have a little bit of a guess of where he is right around now. He'll be in a place called the Room of Tears. This is the so-called Room of Tears. It's actually a small antechamber where the newly elected pope is brought after declaring his acceptance of the job. That name reportedly given to the room because of the emotional moments of reflection as the weight of the job is set to settle on the man. Here, some quiet before everything changes. A fleeting moment, because soon he must appear to the world, setting a course for his church. But first, he sheds his red robes for white ones, provided, of course, in multiple sizes, so any man chosen by the cardinals may find the right fit. I have a feeling that if you look at all those flags representing all the different countries the cardinals are from and places where the faithful have gathered from, that the cheering is going to continue until the doors of that balcony you're looking at right now open and we see who it is. Interesting thing about timing, in 2013 when it was Pope Francis who was emerging, we didn't yet know who it was. It was taking a very long time. And I think we've come to understand a few things about what he was doing. I have one story, David has another. One of the stories that we have read in various accounts is that he was trying to get on the phone with Pope Benedict, who had retired. But Pope Benedict had been watching the conclave on television and didn't hear the phone ring, so it got complicated. But there's more to the delay, David.
Once the Pope has left the Room of Tears in his white cassock, having been elected the 267th successor to St. Peter, the other cardinals that are in the Sistine Chapel have the opportunity to come up and exchange a few words. And we know with Francis, he took the opportunity to really talk to people and to be with the cardinals who had elected him. So you can see the excitement in the crowd right now. And at some point, the French cardinal, the pro-deacon of the church, will be making his way through a majestic balcony just behind the facade of St. Peter's and will come out onto that balcony and make the announcement of the name of the new pope. And then shortly thereafter, we hope we will see the man himself.
a crowd like this that has been so civil, and I mean, there's so many people. There hasn't been a single problem so far. People have come and gone with enormous ease. They just instinctively seem to know this was going to be the night. I think there was that very strong feeling. You can see from the way people were rushing into St. Peter's.
And as you and I were seeing, people coming out on balconies, seeming to have the feeling that something momentous was about to happen, and they were right.
And they were right. Just beyond camera range, what you can't see, but what David and I can see is a balcony that is filled with nuns. And I think I see some young priests up there, and they have been all with their phones, like everybody else, just staring, looking at the chimney, and of course now we've seen the white smoke. Now you saw in those pictures from the Room of Tears the cassocks that have been made in 3 different sizes, because at the time, as they make them, they don't know who the Pope will be, so what size they need. Meghan Williams, who we've heard from and will continue to hear from, and there's a good old Canadian flag in the crowd there, has had a chance to talk with some of the tailors, one man in particular, about making those cassocks and the meaning of that. Meghan, can you walk us through what we're about to see as an article of clothing and the meaning behind it?
Absolutely, Adrian. These are called cassocks. They're priestly robes. In the case of a pope, they are white, and as you mentioned, these ecclesiastical called tailors, they make 3 sizes because they don't know who is going to be the pope. So they're hedging their bets. Now, in Italian, they're called tallare because they arrive to the talloni, the ankles. So they're these robes that have 33 buttons to represent each year in Christ's life. Now, the tailor that I visited just a few days ago, a man named Mancinelli, that's his shop, he had made 3 different sizes and hand-delivered them just before the conclave to the Vatican. He didn't have a commission. He was hoping, like many other ecclesiastical tailors, to have one of his garments selected for the Pope to wear. Now, I have since heard that the garments that he made were not selected. It was another tailor that I did a profile on around Christmas time, the tailor inside the Vatican, Eti Ciccioni, who made just one medium-sized one because Francis, as we know, was an environmentalist. He wanted to encourage people to reuse and recycle. So the small size and the large size are older papal garments, and the middle size is a new one done by the tailor who does the outfits for the Swiss Guard, which is, of course, the army that protects the Vatican and the Holy See, that colorful outfit that they wear. I'm sure that was a disappointment for Ranieri Mancinelli, but he was doing his best to be chosen. So we still don't know which garment the Pope is going to wear, whether it was one by Eti Ciccioni, the Swiss Guard tailor, or one of these others that perhaps another tailor did for Pope Francis. We'll see, I guess, when we see the size of the man who emerges on the balcony in not very long from now.
That is fascinating, and it feels very much in keeping with Pope Francis's style to get involved in details as particular as that, as in don't make 3 cassocks, make 1. Given everything we know about how he lived his life and the messages he wanted to send, even with how his death was acknowledged, that seems absolutely in keeping. But is it in keeping with what the new pontiff will be like? We have no idea. I can tell you that there is a phenomenon that happens as people prepare to talk about a new pope. Everyone has a system, whether it's cards, as we have here with the names and faces of possible contenders. There are Excel spreadsheets. There are newspapers with photographs taped on tables, because there will be a bit of a rush and possibly some confusion in the first few moments, not just for us, but for people in the crowd, to get a sense of who it is on that balcony. So you may have to bear with all of us just for a moment to try to determine, right, David?
The name, the announcement that will be made, the Habemus Papam as it's called, will be made in Latin, and of course the last name of his first and last name will both be said in Latin. So that can take a moment to sink in. The famous balcony, that's where the announcement will be made, and where, shortly thereafter, we'll find out who the next Pope is.
We will also find out the name the Pope chooses. The name he chooses will say a lot about what he believes and how he believes and what his values are. Pope Francis was the only Pope Francis. There has never been another
Nope.
Pope Francis.
No, and that name it spoke so much about the humility. St. Francis of Assisi, a saint who was dedicated to the marginalized, to the poor, to the excluded. So by taking that name, Jose Bergoglio of Argentina, Cardinal Bergoglio, was making a statement about how he wanted to be Pope.
And we now believe that this Pope was elected after 4 ballots. Why is that interesting? Well, it's quick. Pope Benedict XVI was also elected after 4 ballots. Pope Francis after 5 ballots. Pope John Paul was after 8 ballots. So something that quick tells you that there were either front runners who were front runners from the beginning, and there was a consensus candidate. Just listening to the crowd, every now and then there are waves of applause. Not necessarily for any particular reason.
Well, the cheer. Oh, there we.
There is a pool feed that David and I are looking at. This one
There
right
we are.
here. And what does that signify to you, David?
That is one of the Vatican bands to come out, and they will play music. I believe it's the papal anthem at some point during this announcement and the presentation of the new Pope. Always a crowd pleaser here. There we go. And with them, the famed Swiss Guard.
Why don't we have a listen to them? David, I'm thinking of the pomp and ceremony of this is so important. The rituals of this are so important. And yet, look at that phone. you know, the notion of people live streaming what is happening here. We've seen drone shots over St. Peter's Basilica, right, drone shots around the chimney and the family of gulls that have been hanging out there. How different, how similar this ceremony is, how different the world around it has become.
Exactly. I mean, this is the church, and it's great formality. It's one of its most joyful moments is the election of a new pope. And of course, now that we all have cell phones, we all have cameras in our pockets, you could share it with family and friends. There's 1.4 billion Roman Catholics in the world. So if your great auntie is sitting somewhere where she can't get television, you can just hold up your phone and FaceTime it to her. So we have a remarkable ability for this event to be communicated around the world.
Some appropriate respect there for the band, the Swiss Guards, and some respect for our friend Megan Williams, who is in that crowd. Megan, you have seen so many of these moments. David and I were just talking about the distinctions in this era. How does this moment compare with some of the others you've seen?
I mean, the one that is sort of the strongest in my memory is the election of Pope Francis, just because that was such an atmospheric evening. Again, in the evening, it's when the crowds come. So there were thousands of people then. And then I remember the confusion afterwards because nobody really expected that it was going to be Pope Francis Bergoglio elected, so they didn't really know him. He was kind of on the list, but lower down. And so I just remember, you know, everybody was like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? So that was kind of part of that initial confusion. And then, of course, when he came out, he said "Buonasera." He said "Good evening," which was unusual, and that sort of marked the tone of his papacy going forward. It's interesting. Just before the white smoke went out, I was talking with a couple of top Vaticanists, one of whom called the election of Pope Francis, one of the few who made that prediction. And they were telling me that if the white smoke came tonight, it very likely is one of the two front runners. Either the Secretary of State, Pietro Parolin, who is well known amongst all the cardinals because he travels, he's the foreign minister essentially. And then the other is the very charismatic pastor who is Cardinal Tagle. So one of those two is very likely a possibility, but we really don't know. We'll see when they come out.
You're very brave to say that. Megan, you are very brave to say that out loud. We will see. We will see very soon. I know that as you say that, I am looking for my cards right now about Cardinal Tagle as well as...
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay, not to worry. That's Megan Williams in the crowd, and we will come back to Megan as soon as we know who the new Pope is. Just a reminder, it was about 27 minutes ago when the white smoke came out of that chimney, which changed everything. It sent a signal that yes, there is a new Pope, that yes, the decision was not that difficult, that yes, the Church, clearly the cardinals were quick to make a determination about what direction they want the Catholic Church to take. This matters to all the faithful. So we found someone we really want you to hear from. His name is Father William Meehan. He is a Hamilton priest, currently studying in Rome, and he joins us from just outside St. Peter's Square. He was here, but he had to go outside just to get a little bit of connectivity. So, Father, thank you for joining us. What a time for you to be here. How are you?
I'm doing well. I mean, it's a very, very exciting time. There's lots of energy, lots of people. It's very exciting.
Father, were you looking at the chimney when the smoke came out, or were you looking at your phone? Were you looking at the crowds? Walk me through that moment.
I I was just looking at the crowds walking around a little bit. It was not the timing we were expecting for the smoke. I thought that at 6:05 or so, whenever the smoke happened, that we were pretty safe. I assumed that if we didn't have it by 5:45, 10 to 6, that it meant we wouldn't be seeing smoke until around 7 o'clock. So it was definitely a bit of a shock, and I didn't realize the smoke had started until I heard the massive cheers in the crowds.
That's a very special moment. How monumental do you think this is for people who've never experienced it before? I don't know, Father, if you've been here for past conclaves, but what's your sense of what this means to people who are first-timers, if you will?
Well, I've been speaking to people for the past 2 days here as we have been waiting to smoke and chatting with people from all over the world, really getting a sense that people have indeed traveled. Some have been here in Rome on holidays. We've been here for the Jubilee on pilgrimage. Others came over just for the conclave. And I'm looking at some of the video coming from the square now and seeing the flags from people from all over the country. It's or from all over the world, sorry. It's really quite exciting. You can see that there's a real sense of the global church here.
And you, if
if I had to say, I would like to see the church continue on this path of the proclamation of the gospel, the good news of Jesus Christ, emphasizing the importance of dialogue ad intra within the church and also ad extra, to really be a church that engages with everyone, that listens, and that responds to the signs of the times.
Oh, that's excellent. Father Meehan, thank you very much. It's also good to see you. Your video just popped up. It's good to see you.
Oh, okay.
And I hope you enjoy the rest of the night. I'll be very anxious to hear what you think of what the Cardinals have decided. All right, that was Father Meehan in St. Peter's Square, just outside it, actually, because it's too hard to hear in that crowd, David Perlich.
No doubt.
So why don't you and I talk about this moment and help us understand, I think, the minutes ahead and then the hours ahead.
So in the minutes ahead, we will have Cardinal Dominique Mamberti. He's a French cardinal, the pro-deacon. He will come out and in Latin give us the famous Habemus Papam, we have a pope. It's a short statement, but then he will name the pope with his first name first, then his last name, and then very significantly, the name the new pope wishes to be known by. So we are expecting that will be announced from the balcony, and then shortly thereafter, the new pope himself will make an appearance. But waiting now, the anticipation to figure out who is it? We've had time. Look, the emotion, the feeling, this happens so seldom. It's been 12 years that you get to be part of this moment, to witness history, and very soon we'll be told who the next pope is and the significance of his name. That will also tell us something about where the cardinals think that the church needs to go, and what kind of an individual that they thought needed to lead it at this time.
And perhaps, David, what sort of tempo or pace or ambition they have for the church. They've just had Pope Francis, who was a dynamic change maker. Mm-hmm. He raced around.
Very much
He
so.
did a lot of work. He broke things in the modern vernacular.
It was a busy church.
So is it possible that there may be a desire for sort of every reaction has an action, every action has a reaction, that maybe they pull back a little? I mean, we don't know. But
no, historically there has been some truth to that. After a very dynamic papacy, the cardinals chose to sort of just take a bit of a breather. But then we've had cardinals that surprised us. When they elected Pope John the 23rd, it was expected that his papacy would be a little bit softer, one might say, and then he gave us Vatican II, one of the most foundational changes in the Church's history.
How so, if I may, for people who aren't familiar?
Vatican II was a gathering of all the bishops from around the world here in Rome, in which, for example, the Mass was now said in our local languages when they abandoned the Latin.
We're just listening in for a moment here. If you look at these drone shots, if you think of the imagery of all the cameras around, and remember that less than 100 years ago, people didn't even really know what the Pope looked like. They didn't necessarily know his name. They certainly wouldn't have been able to, know stories about him. He really wasn't as large a figure, I would say, in the lives of people.
No, and now it's instantaneous. It's instantaneous. These images will be seen around the world. Did you hear the shouts? Viva el Papa. There must be tremendous joy as well in the Sistine Chapel with a very quick conclave, a quick result, which means there can't have been much division in that room.
No, and I think we have this understanding. David and I spent some time with Canadian Cardinal Michael Cherney a few days ago. He gave us his last interview before he went into the Sistine Chapel, and I asked him what he was thinking about the work and the choice ahead, and he sort of corrected me, and he said, no, we've already done the work. And the work was in the previous 10 days or so when the cardinals were meeting each other and in their general congregations and talking through the issues. And he said, had you asked me this question 10 days earlier, I would have been at sea. But now, his words, I'm cool. I know what I want to do. I know the choice I want to make. And so if the cardinals were like Cardinal Cherney, that means they walked into the conclave with a very clear vision already. It was not a matter of what am I going to do, pen to paper, thinking about it for the first time. They knew the name they wanted to write down, and very quickly, it's pretty clear, enough of them were thinking about the same man.
Yes, of course, to reach the 2/3 majority, it means there was so much consensus in that room, which no doubt will be reassuring to so many in the Church, that after the papacy of Francis, which had its controversies certainly within the Church, that they were able, the cardinals, to come together afterwards and, despite any differences they may have had, reach a conclusion so quickly. You can just feel how excited this crowd is. And how many minutes has it been?
Oh, I can tell you precisely. It has been, well, except my math is terrible. I believe it has been 38 minutes.
All right. And the anticipation builds as we wait to hear the name from the balcony.
It was 45 minutes, was it not, in 2013?
Something along those lines, yes. Yeah, it was quite a moment then.
So we heard from Megan Williams, 2 names mentioned. She was very bold, but Megan knows a lot, saying her instinct was telling her that the speed of this means that that the man who's about to walk onto that balcony is either Cardinal Pietro Parolin from Italy or Cardinal Luis Antonio Tagle of the Philippines. I can tell you, if it is Cardinal Tagle of the Philippines, there will be a chorus of cheers heard round the world, and nowhere as loud as it will be in the Philippines, where people are, I promise you, gathering hopefully right now. But also, Cardinal Parolin is very well known. He basically has held the #2 position in the Vatican since 2013, so the cardinals understand him as a leader. But in the event, there are 131 other possibilities there.
Yes, there are.
David, any other names that come to mind for you of the person who could be walking out there?
Cardinal Grake was on the list of many papali from Malta, Cardinal Erdo from Hungary, Cardinal Mbongo from the Congo. There were definitely some other possibilities, but we will have to see what this is. We're hearing right now that the cardinals over the age of 80, who of course were not allowed to vote, actually several of them have gathered under that balcony to get an incredible view as we await the Cardinal Proto-Deacon. This is Cardinal Dominique Mamberti, who will be the first person to walk out on that balcony, a French cardinal, and it is his job to make the announcement of the name.
And from the clothing, I think people should, obviously we're going to stop talking as soon as those doors open so that we can all hear what is said and get a sense of the man. But how do we get a sense of the man? How do we get a sense of what is happening?
The clothing will matter. Far more important will be the words that he says. When Francis walked out on that balcony, the first words he said were, "Buonasera," good evening. It was so casual, so warm, and so welcoming. So when we do see the next Pope arrive on the balcony, what he decides to say, and this speech is called an Urbis et Orbis, to the city and to the world. The very, very special kind of speech that a Pope makes, the Urbis and Orbis. And what this Pope chooses to say to the world as his first words will tell us very much how he sees his role and where he would like the church to go. So those will be the most significant words that we hear today. Will be the Urbis Orbis.
And when you say to the city and to the world, to the city because he's also the Bishop of Rome.
The Pope is the Pope because he is the Bishop of Rome. So for everyone that lives in this city, this is their local bishop. And that's also why it's usually very important that the Pope, whoever is elected, speaks Italian. But yes, he's addressing the city of Rome and the world from this balcony. And of course, as you were mentioning earlier with technology, this message is literally going to the world, all around the world in real time.
And as you look at that balcony, keep in mind, Pope Francis's last appearance was on that balcony as he gave the Easter blessing. And that was, at this point, oh my gosh, it was less than 3 weeks ago because he died on April 21st.
And that's
which
always
was Easter Monday.
The process here is so unique. There's so much sorrow and loss with the death of a pope. And then we have these days of transition, the sede vacante, when the chair is empty, as they say, there is no pope. And then these joyful moments when the Catholic Church gets a new pope, the 267th successor to St. Peter in Catholic tradition, that is a line of 2,000 years that whoever walks out on this balcony becomes part of that line, and that is such a significant moment in the church. This is a moment of excitement and joy, but it's also a deeply, profoundly spiritual moment for so many Catholics. This is the leader of their church.
And there they are. Those are some of the cardinals you were mentioning, David, the ones who are over 80, who could not participate in the conclave itself, in the voting, who must also be wondering that would they know?
No,
they would not know. They're like everybody else.
No, they'll be waiting like the rest of us. Waiting like the rest of us. Look at that crowd.
Very briefly, because we want to keep an eye on that window, and as soon as we see those doors open, we will break away. But I just very briefly want to check in on Meghan again, Meghan Williams in the crowd. Can you orient me, Meghan, exactly where you are and what you're looking at?
Okay, so facing St. Peter's Basilica, I'm on the left-hand side, and so I'm looking at the crowd as they're looking. I'm looking at basically the backs of people's heads, and I'm seeing all of these flags from all over the world: Brazilian flag, Maltese flag. I think you can probably see them better from your vantage, Adrian. But it just speaks to how large this Catholic Church has become geographically. Its growth, as we know, is not in Europe. It's not in the wealthy Western Hemisphere. It's in the South. It's in Asia, which is why it will be very interesting if Tagle gets elected. It is in South America. It's in Africa. And this being the Holy Jubilee year, the year that the Catholic Church celebrates every 25 years, there are already thousands of people in Rome who had planned to come here to celebrate that year. And I've seen nuns particularly, so many nuns from all over the world. I spoke with a couple yesterday who said they'd be happy with anyone who was elected Pope. But you just get a sense of just the global nature of the Church and how it shifted under Pope Francis.
Indeed. All right, Meghan, thank you very much. Meghan Williams again. As I said it before, I'll say it again, always in the right place at precisely the right time. So we are going to keep an eye very carefully on that balcony. We're at the 45-minute mark now, which is interesting only in that that's how long it took Pope Francis to get to that balcony. And at the time, back in 2013, that was considered late. So, so far in the mold of Pope Francis, I would say.
Well, certainly the anticipation builds. Picking up on what Meghan was just saying there, the flags from around the world, people from all over the world. This has been the largest conclave in Catholic history, with 71 countries represented. Many of the cardinals were from countries that have never previously had a cardinal. So this is a very special moment. That was very much the Francis legacy, was the enlargement of the Church and the enlargement of the Church's hierarchy. And of course you see that as people from, this is a Jubilee year, every 25-year event when Catholics from around the world are invited to come to Rome. Of course, so many of these people would have made arrangements to be here today without knowing that they would be part of this very, very special moment. Mm-hmm. But people from around the globe coming, being part of a collective community, identifying with their faith and being able to share this joy. So of course the secular world has interest in this, but for the Catholics, the community of the Church, the community of the idea of the Church universal, a Church that reaches to the farthest edges of the world. And in fact, that was something that Pope Francis said when he came out on the balcony. The cardinals have called a man from the utmost ends of the earth, was one of the things that he said. And that, of course, was an echo of John Paul II, who said the cardinals have called a man from afar. So today, we'll be very interested to see, have they called somebody from closer at home, or have they called somebody from afar?
And I think we're looking, if I may, are those the keys to the Sistine Chapel? Are those the images of the keys? We
certainly were seeing the images of the keys earlier. That's inscribed on the inside of the dome in the Basilica. Tu es Petrus, you are Peter, and on this rock I shall build my church and give you the keys. So. And we are now seeing, of course, this is a balcony where many of the people who work inside the Vatican, it's up high off the Apostolic Palace. They'll have a wonderful view of the balcony, and they will be about as close as you can be to that balcony when the name is announced here by the Cardinal Protodeacon. You can see there that, as I was saying earlier, yes, there's the joy and the excitement, but this is also a deeply prayerful and spiritual moment for so many people. So we have young people, we have old people, we have clergy, we have laity. It's a mixture in this crowd.
Well, we are now 50 minutes.
We're
50.
some way along.
50 minutes.
Well, it just builds the anticipation, doesn't it?
It does. It does. Yeah, look at all those flags, and in there are some Canadian flags that you are. That we've been talking with Canadians for a while. There they go. Talking with Canadians for a while who are here. A number of school groups are here. Some for the Jubilee, some just because the timing was exquisite for them. Rome in the spring is astonishingly beautiful after a cold Canadian winter.
Very much so. And you come here and you get to be part of something that hasn't happened in 12 years.
No. And depending on the age and the health of the Pope who's been chosen, we are about to see a man who may be the head of the Catholic Church potentially for decades. Certainly after, John Paul I was only in office for, I say office, it's not a political office, but the similarities aren't lost on a number of people, but he was only in the position for 33 days, and then came John Paul II,
who was there for a quarter of a century.
Exactly.
Pope Benedict XVI, of course, a shorter time, and then chose to resign, which was the first time in centuries. Changed the nature of the papacy by doing that, but Pope Francis carried through to the end. He always said that he had hoped to do that, and he certainly did. And as you said earlier, his last day was spent in this square, and we are told by his aides and the people that worked closest with him that this is where this square and these people, these crowds, are where he got his energy. And as we were talking about earlier, Adrian, he chose not to live in the Apostolic Palace, the fancy rooms that are set aside for a pope, but to continue to live in the sort of hotel-like area where the cardinals have been gathering for this conclave in the Casa San Marta. So he really did make a change.
So as we start to hear people sing, also out of the corner of my eye, we're sort of close to the edge of one of the walls. We've seen a few people sort of running by. There goes someone right now running by to get closer. And part of this 45 minutes, as word has spread, and people have seen it on TikTok, or they've seen it on television, that there's white smoke, more and more people are coming to St. Peter's Square just to try to catch a glimpse in person of who might be or who will be the next pope.
And that balcony, as we await, the doors will be opened, and out will come a cardinal who will tell us they do like to build suspense in the church.
Maybe it was a mistake only making one size of the cassock. It's possible they needed more. There are 4 Canadian cardinals, by the way, who were in the Sistine Chapel voting. At some point, not that we will ever learn from them what happened within the voting, but a notion of the feeling of the process, and if we will try to get in touch with some of those Canadian cardinals to get a sense of what that moment was like for them. 8 out of the 10 cardinals who were voting were doing it for the very first time. So 80% of the people who chose this pope you're about to see and meet were first-timers in the conclave, and that is a testament to Pope Francis, who appointed so many of these people, and some very, very recently. There is a Canadian cardinal, Frank Leo, who was only appointed, within the last year, I think.
Yes,
there is
it
another,
was just over, I believe, yeah.
There was just another cardinal who was only appointed in December of 2024. So right up until the very end, Pope Francis was appointing people, and not just people who necessarily entirely aligned with his views, he was a man who enjoyed a rigorous conversation and rigorous perspectives. And so some of the cardinals he appointed, I would say, I don't know if I'm characterizing this accurately.
No, that's very accurate.
Who were had a different perspective.
A different perspective, and that's what Pope Francis wanted. That's actually the concept of this transparent church, the synodal church, as it's referred to, that Francis was pushing. That was what he wanted. He wanted to have those debates. He wanted to have those conversations, and that's why so many people, the laity and people from around the globe, were invited to come to meetings that have been held over the last many years here in Rome to share their views, to be participatory, and to have that stake in the church as a collective community of Catholics. So that really is, I think, history will judge Francis for this synodal, transparent, communicative church that he has left his successor.
Just a thought, if you're looking at these pictures on the screen and thinking, well, they just told us that it's full, how is it that people are able to run around like that? What actually happens in St. Peter's Square is there are cordons, if you will, spaces that are left available for the movement of emergency vehicles and to try to manage some kind of crowd control. And as the low-flying drone does its thing there with people, and the camera jibs that are taking those shots, that is in some of the cordons. But if you were to stand on a rooftop and look all the way through the square and all the side streets, I promise you they are completely packed.
Everyone who can is trying to get here for this moment. No, when you were talking about earlier, Adrian, and I think it's really important, whether it was Cardinal Tagle from the Philippines or whomever the next Pope is, for their country of origin and for their people, this will be such a significant moment. When John Paul II was elected, for the people of Poland, that was an enormous moment for them as Poles. It's something that still resonates within the church. For Argentina, the election of Cardinal Bergoglio as Pope Francis. So whoever walks out on the balcony later this evening, that home nation will feel a connection and a resonance, and Catholics from that country will have an incredible sense of a special tie to this place.
So David, I'm just looking over my shoulder because the picture that we see is I believe a pool picture, and it may be precisely on time, or it may be off by like a second or two. So I'm just turning and looking at that window, and I just want to let people know, the moment we see a curtain twitch or a door open ever so slightly or a little hand come out the window, we are stopping.
Oh, yes.
And we're not going to say a word. We want to listen to this and experience this with you. And then once we have done that, and once you've heard the crowds, then we're going to stop and talk about who we're looking at. But we are at an hour, for the record, since we saw the white smoke. We know that the new Pope, who will have said, "I accept," will have moved through the Sistine Chapel to speak with the cardinals who selected him. He will have been in the Room of Tears. Again, that is sort of a haunting kind of name when you think about it, because when Pope Francis realized that he was that he was being called to Rome to vote in the conclave, he booked a return ticket, he packed a small bag, he left his apartment in Buenos Aires, he got on the plane, and he never ever went home again. And so there is an element of, in that Room of Tears, coming to an understanding that a life you knew is changing, a new one is beginning, and those worlds may never mix again.
No, I can't imagine the moment when you as a cardinal you will now be Pope, but you walk into that room and you know your life has changed forever. I think just a few moments ago, we actually saw Canadian Cardinal Ouellette on the screen. Canadian
Cardinal Ouellette, a sort of, I guess the term is aged out of the...
Yes, he's over 80.
Of the capacity to vote.
He was considered a possible papabile in the last conclave, and we are told that there were quite a few votes cast for him.
The cardinals who cannot vote, it doesn't mean that they lose any sense of influence, because they are part of the conversations in the general congregation, that they are there to help guide some of the conversations, to answer questions, to participate. It is just the moment when, and we all saw it, when everyone was told in Latin, everybody out, that those cardinals had to leave, leaving behind only the cardinals under 80 in that room to vote.
And there will have been cardinals over the age of 80 who were what used to be referred to as kingmakers, cardinals who, because there are no official candidates, obviously no platforms and no parties, these are cardinals who could go around and gauge interest in particular cardinals and gauge the mood and to try to rally support. So those cardinals over 80, as well as helping to inform these meetings that have been going on, could have played a deeply significant role in aligning votes for particular cardinals in the Sistine Chapel.
In the event you're just joining us, and if you've been with us all along, forgive me if I sound like a broken record, but for people who are just joining us, the reason why on the right-hand side of your screen you see a locked-off shot of the balcony and the window and the velvet curtains is because that is where we thought we would have already seen the Pope, but that is where we should be seeing the new Pope very, very soon. He will be introduced by name in Latin, his first and last name, and then you will hear the name he has chosen as Pope.
Yes.
At what point does he then speak, David?
It could be a few moments afterwards. It could be a little while. This certainly has been a little bit longer than we expected, so perhaps the new Pope will come out shortly thereafter. But that will be the next thing that we see is the announcement of the name, and that will tell us who the next Pope is. And again, with that name that he chooses, that'll be the kind of, we'll be able to try to read and analyze into that name and figure out something about what he wants to say to the world.
And the purpose of that first greeting is simply to say hello and thank you, or is there a religious purpose to that first greeting?
Oh no, it's a blessing. It's a blessing that'll be made by the Pope. He'll bless the crowd at the end, but it's that first opportunity to speak as Pope. So some of these cardinals have, they're used to public speaking, they've spoken to audiences before, but nothing like this. The eyes of the world are on that little tiny balcony right now. Not so little when you get near it. And this will be a whole new opportunity for the next Pope, for a man who was just recently, woke up a cardinal and will go to sleep a Pope. And this will be his opportunity to speak to the world.
And full credit to the mechanisms that allow this to be a secretive process. We are in a world where the perception is you can't hide anything anymore. And yet, billions of people around the world are wondering who's about to open that door. And we know that in order to maintain the secrecy and the sanctity of the vote, they've gone to enormous lengths. Signal jammers, they've swept the Sistine Chapel for bugs. Certainly the cardinals had to hand in their phones, iPads, their smartwatches. At least a few of them said that they didn't quite know how they were going to handle being without their devices for a while. I think that's very relatable.
Although I think Cardinal Czerny told you that he welcomed the opportunity.
It's true. He saw it as a little bit of a break.
But no, this is this is done so that there can be no external influence. in a century ago, 2 centuries ago, because a pope held not only spiritual power, but secular power, ruled the papal states, had geopolitical influence in a very real, practical way, there were times that we know of when other leaders in Europe would try to interfere with the outcome of an election. So the conclave and the voting process is actually a refinement of a process that's been going on for centuries, but the secrecy and the secrecy comes so that there can be no undue influence during this voting process, that everyone can vote their conscience without fear or favor.
I see a curtain twitching, and I might just be hallucinating, or maybe it's a shadow, but I do believe there are people behind that curtain who are thinking about whether to open that door. While we're watching it, Megan, very quickly, as I'm watching the crowd, I'm terrible at assessing crowd sizes. Do you have any estimates from police at all of how many people are here?
Una ragazza molto carina italiana, conosce bene tutto.
Ma l'inglese però parla, ok, grazie.
There we go. Here we go.
Okay.
Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum. Habemus papam. Eminentissimum, ac reverendissimum Dominum, Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost, qui sibi nomen imposuit Leonem XIV.
But there is an American Pope. There is an American Pope.
Well, this is certainly something.
Robert Francis Prevost, 69 years old. This is a first.
Is it ever?
And while I heard some cheers in that crowd, I would not care. How would you characterize that reception?
I think some shock as well as excitement. We can see the cardinals. Yes, as they prepare the balcony, we can see cardinals have already come out along the front of the basilica to welcome the new pope. Well, this is a surprise.
Before you see him, Cardinal Prevost was born in Chicago. He had a very big job in the church. He was something called the prefect of the dicastery for bishops, which means he oversaw the selection of new bishops. And yes, he's an American, but he spent many years as a missionary in Latin America. He's also a naturalized citizen of Peru. And he's been a member of a group of cardinals advising the Pope. It's called the Council of Cardinals. And it was established in 2013 to assist the Pope with the governance of the church.
This is such a moment, as you were saying, Adrian, to have been in charge of the office that appoints bishops around the world. He will be so well known to the other cardinals in the conclave. And we're told that as a person that he's very measured, very level-headed, and he will know how the curial government works, and he'll know how to run the Vatican as the Vatican.
It is worth repeating, this is the first time there has ever been an American Pope.
Something that many, even this morning, thought just could not happen. So such an interesting, but this is also a man who has been known to stand up politically and make his statements known and to call out global leaders. So in the sense of geopolitics, he's considered a very level-headed man, very pragmatic, and this will no doubt serve him well in these difficult times in which we are.
It is worth noting that he was only very recently made a cardinal. He was made a cardinal in 2023. There is a friend of his, a priest who spoke to the New York Times, someone that Cardinal Prevost, the new Pope, mentored, who said that he's perceived as a dignified, middle-of-the-road kind of person. Some have called him a centrist, progressive on some key issues, not all. And in terms of the name that we are hearing that he will choose, I believe
Leo
it
the
is
14th.
Pope Leo the 14th. Why Leo? What is your understanding of Leo?
Honestly, I cannot answer that right now. But what an amazing moment. What a change. The first Pope ever from North America. And a Pope in particular in this time in world politics, and America's role in the world. To have an American Pope, it's one who's deeply, deeply familiar with Italy, but from that perspective, this is just an incredible moment in the history of the Church. At 69, he's young.
He's young.
So we could have a pope for quite a while. He had been described, I know, by some as a possible compromise candidate. So certainly not one of the sort of top 5 names that have been floating around, but he had been on several lists. It's just to have an American makes it such a different experience.
I honestly think some people are shocked.
Oh, I'm shocked. I think many are shocked. There had been so much talk that the Church would not be ready, the Catholics would not be ready for an American Pope, but they have certainly been proven wrong today. The Cardinals went into the Sistine Chapel and in not very many ballots chose Leo the 14th. That's an amazing. Now we, as we see the Cardinals on the front of the Basilica, we await the moment when our new Pope, a Pope from the New World, from North America, an American Pope, will take to that balcony and address the city and the world. What he will have to say will tell us so much about who he is and how he plans to run the Church.
Now you see the cardinals there. I can see Cardinal Grech. There are cardinals standing there, people who have been in the Sistine Chapel, who were doing some of the voting. They are very, very happy. And it's interesting, when we spoke with Cardinal Czerny the other day, and I asked him, you know, it's difficult. You can't say to someone, who are you going to cast your vote for? But I did try to say to him, is there a right way you'd like to see this go? Is there a wrong way you'd like to see this go? And he said, we cannot make a wrong choice. It's not possible to make a wrong choice, because he said, we believe the Holy Spirit is guiding us in this choice. And so what we choose is the right person to choose.
What an incredible moment. What an incredible moment. There had been other names that were considered far more papabile, but this is an incredible moment for the Catholic Church.
I want to share a quote from you, and just to attribute this properly, CBS is quoting the Bishop of Winona, Wisconsin in Minnesota, a man named Robert Barron. This is a man you may recognize if you follow him on YouTube. He has nearly 2 million YouTube subscribers. He told a story of Cardinal George of Chicago, who was one of his mentors, who told him, he says, that look, this is Cardinal George's words, until America goes into political decline, there won't be an American Pope. His point being, if America is kind of running the world politically, culturally, economically, they don't want America running the world religiously. That was the perception of some heading into this moment, that it wouldn't happen. But let's have a listen to him.
La pace sia con tutti voi. Fratelli, sorelle carissimi, questo è il primo saluto del Cristo risorto, il buon pastore che ha dato la vita per il gregge di Dio. Anch'io vorrei che questo saluto di pace entrasse nel vostro cuore, raggiungesse le vostre famiglie, a tutte le persone, ovunque siano, a tutti i popoli, a tutta la terra. La pace sia con voi. Questa è la pace di Cristo risorto, una pace disarmata e una pace disarmante, umile e perseverante. Proviene da Dio, Dio che ci ama a tutti incondizionalmente.
Without any limits and conditions.
Ancora conserviamo nei nostri orecchi
And
quella voce debole ma sempre
we still
coraggiosa
have the sound
di
in our
Papa
ears
Francesco
of the weak
che
voice of Pope
benediva
Francis,
Roma.
who was blessing Rome here. We have that fresh in our minds and our hearts.
Il Papa che benediva Roma
Pope who was blessing
dava la
Rome
sua benedizione al mondo
and giving his blessing
intero
to the world
quella mattina del giorno di
on that
Pasqua.
morning, on that day of Easter Sunday.
Consentitemi di dar seguito a quella stessa
Allow me
benedizione.
to continue
Dio
that
ci
same
vuole
blessing.
bene, Dio vi ama
God
tutti
loves everyone.
e il male non prevarrà.
Evil will not
Siamo
prevail.
tutti nelle mani
We
di
are all in the
Dio.
hands of God.
Pertanto, senza
So
paura,
without fear,
uniti,
united,
mano nella mano con Dio
hand in
e
hand,
tra di noi,
with God and among ourselves,
andiamo
we
avanti.
go forward.
Siamo discepoli di
We are
Cristo.
disciples of Christ.
Cristo ci precede.
Christ goes before us.
Il mondo ha bisogno della sua
The
luce.
world needs his light.
L'umanità necessita di Lui come
Humanity
il ponte
needs
per
him.
essere raggiunta da Dio e dal suo amore.
But as the bridge between God and his love,
Aiutateci anche voi, poi gli uni gli altri, a costruire i ponti
may we all
con il
build
dialogo,
bridges
con l'incontro,
with dialogue and
unendoci
encounter,
tutti per essere un solo
so that we can
popolo,
all be
sempre in pace.
one people, all in peace.
Grazie a Papa
Thank
Francesco.
you, Pope Francis.
Voglio ringraziare anche tutti i confratelli
I'd like to
cardinali
also
che
thank my
hanno
brother cardinals
scelto me
who chose
per essere
me to
successore di
be the
Pietro
successor of
e
Peter
camminare insieme a voi
and to
come Chiesa
walk along
unita,
with you,
cercando sempre la pace, la giustizia,
searching all together for
cercando
peace and
sempre
justice,
lavorare come uomini
and working
e donne
together,
fedeli a Gesù
men and women
Cristo,
faithful
senza
to Christ,
paura,
without fear,
per proclamare
to
il Vangelo,
proclaim the
per
gospel,
essere missionari.
to be missionaries.
Sono un figlio di Sant'Agostino,
I'm a son of Saint Augustine,
agostiniano,
and I'm an Augustinian
che ha detto: con voi sono cristiano
who said,
e per voi vescovo.
with you
In
I am a
questo
Christian, and
senso
for you I am
possiamo
a bishop.
tutti camminare
So may
insieme
we all
verso quella
walk together
patria
towards that,
la quale Dio ci ha preparato.
to the place that God has prepared for us. May we walk together,
Alla
accompany each
Chiesa
other. To the Church
di Roma,
of Rome,
un saluto
a
speciale.
special greeting. As Bishop of Rome, of course, a special greeting.
Dobbiamo cercare insieme come essere una chiesa missionaria, una chiesa che costruisce I ponti,
A church that builds bridges,
sempre aperta a ricevere,
that
come
is
questa
always
piazza
open
con le braccia
to receive
aperte a tutti,
everyone.
tutti coloro
Just
che
like in
hanno
the square,
bisogno
to receive
della
everyone,
nostra
to welcome
carità, la
everyone,
nostra presenza,
our charity,
il dialogo,
our
l'amore.
dialogue and love.
Y se me permiten también una palabra, un saludo.
And now, a greeting in Spanish. Please allow me here to
A todos aquellos, y en modo particular a mi querida diócesis de Chiclayo en el Perú.
So to all of you, but especially to the people of my diocese of Chiclayo in Peru,
Donde un pueblo fiel ha acompañado a su obispo, ha compartido su fe y ha dado tanto para
where we
seguir
had such faithful
siendo
people accompanying
iglesia
the
fiel de
bishop, and we
Jesucristo.
had such faithful
A
people
tutti voi,
helping the
fratelli e
bishop.
sorelle di Roma, d'Italia, di tutto il
To
mondo,
all of you,
vogliamo essere
the people
una
of Rome and of
chiesa
Italy,
sinodale, una chiesa che cammina, una chiesa che
we need to
cerca
be a
sempre
synodal
la pace,
church, a
cerca
church that's a
sempre
pilgrim,
la carità,
that
cerca sempre
shows
di essere
charity
vicino,
always,
specialmente a coloro che soffrono.
and especially is charitable to those who are suffering.
Oggi
Today,
il giorno della supplica alla Madonna di Pompei.
today is the day of praying to the
Nostra
Madonna of
Madre
Pompeii.
Maria vuole sempre camminare con noi, stare vicino,
Our Blessed Mother Mary always
aiutarci
wants to
con
be
la sua
close to us.
intercessione, il suo amore.
She always wants to intercede for us through her love.
Preghiamo insieme
So
per questa nuova missione,
let us pray together for this new mission, for all of the church, for peace in the world,
chiediamo questa grazia speciale.
that she will help us give us a special grace, our Mother.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia,
Hail Mary,
il
full of
Signore è
grace,
con
the
te.
Lord is with you.
Tu sei benedetta fra le
You are
donne,
blessed among
e
women,
benedetto è il frutto del
and
tuo
blessed is the
seno,
fruit of
Gesù.
your womb, Jesus.
Santa Maria,
Holy
Madre
Mary,
di Dio,
Mother of God,
prega per noi peccatori,
pray for us sinners,
adesso e nell'ora
now
della
and at the
nostra
hour of our
morte.
death.
Amen.
Amen.
Pope Leo XIV.
Il Santo Padre Leone, a tutti I fedeli presenti
And the Holy
e a
Father, Pope
quelli che
Leo, and
ricevono
to
la sua
all people
benedizione a mezzo della radio, della televisione e
are
delle
hearing this
altre tecnologie
through
di
new technology,
comunicazione,
online, everywhere,
concede l'indulgenza
offers
plenaria
his
nella formula
the
stabilita
plenary
dalla
indulgence
Chiesa.
in the formula established by the Church.
Preghiamo Dio
We pray
Onnipotente
to Almighty God
perché conservi a
that-
lungo il
that He
Papa
may
guida della
keep the Pope
Chiesa e conceda
and
pace e
protect him
unità alla Chiesa
and
in
guide the
tutto il
Church
mondo.
and the entire world. Now He'll give this most solemn blessing to the entire world, to all of you joining us.
So we now prepare ourselves to receive this solemn blessing wherever we are, at home, in your car, at work.
Sancti Apostoli Petrus et Paulus, de quorum potestate et auctoritate confidimus,
So
ipsi intercedant pro nobis ad Dominum. Amen. Precibus et meritis Beate Mariae semper Virginis, Beati Michaelis Arcangeli, Beati Ioannis Baptiste, et Sanctorum Apostolorum Petri et Pauli et omnium Sanctorum, misereatur vestri omnipotens Deus, et dimissis omnibus peccatis vestris, perducat vos Iesus Christus ad vitam aeternam. Indulgentiam, absolutionem et remissionem omnium peccatorum vestrorum, spatium vere et fructuose penitentiae, cor semper penitens, et emendationem vitae, gratiam et consolationem Sancti Spiritus, et finalem perseverantiam in bonis operibus tribuat vobis omnipotens et misericors Dominus. Amen. Et benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti descendat super vos et maniat semper.
What an incredible perspective on an incredible moment. Pope Leo XIV.
What a sight. An amazing Italian, an American Pope stands on the balcony of St. Peter's. That message that he delivered, calling on everyone in the world, peace, 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 to build bridges between each other, to always choose charity, always choose compassion. This is an amazing moment. He called on people to continue the synodal path of Francis of building peace. This is a Chicago-born Augustinian friar who is known to be someone who can unite people, who can bring together people of different views. This is certainly a surprise. What a moment in history.
And what an extraordinary choice. We were listening for his first words, and I think more than his first words, as someone just watching on, it was his facial expressions, the stress of the moment, the emotion of the moment, the gravity of the moment, and the joy of the moment, all swirling around at once for him.
All at once. You could see in his face the magnitude of what he was saying, and the passion that was in his voice and in his face when he was speaking. It was just an incredible calling on all members of the church to be missionaries, as he had done missionary work himself, to be missionaries, to reach out to each other, to bring compassion and love to each other, and to build those bridges, to have, as he put it, dialogue, and the words, "God is with you, God loves you all, we are all in the hands of God."
And he took some time, David, this is important to reach out to the people of Peru. And he asked, if you will allow me, and he said this in Spanish, I think, to the people of Peru. He wanted to give them a special greeting, in part because he spent, I think it was in 1982, he joined the Augustinian mission in Peru. I guess that was in 1985, actually. And he spent many years there and connecting with people in Peru. And he very much considers that in some ways a home, a spiritual home for him.
Yes, and I mean, and this beautifully ties in with the notion of a missionary pope. And as we were saying earlier, the cardinals were looking obviously for someone who had gone out into the world, who not only understood how the Vatican operates and has held this high position, but had been on the ground, had done missionary work, had gone out to be amongst the people. And in this sense, it's very much a continuation of Pope Francis's work. The idea that one must go out, reach out, build bridges, include people, have dialogue, have conversations. So you can say that this is very much a continuation, a pragmatic continuation of that same vision of the church. And of course, he thanked Pope Francis for giving this gift to the church. A remarkable speech and a remarkable thing to see.
And you said something very interesting the other day, David, when you said that you can understand the man as a cardinal, but you should not necessarily intuit that to mean that is precisely how he will be as a pope.
No, it's something well known that, of course, how could you not? And you could see, as we were saying, the emotion in his face. How could you not be transformed by this experience? And the responsibility. That's what the papacy is the responsibility of being pope, of leading the church, of taking on this work. So, very much so, very much so.
Again, full credit to all of the people working cameras on this, because I don't think I've ever seen perspectives of St. Peter's or Vatican City. I mean, look, you're about to see an overhead shot here that is a drone shot looking down. There it is. I mean, have you ever, of all the pictures you've ever seen of this place, have you ever seen a perspective like this of joining the apostles effectively from their view, looking down on the crowds, over the rooftops, by the chimney?
What an incredible moment this is. As you say, the view, and look at that crowd as it comes to understand that for the first time in history, there is a pope from North America, an American pope, and as I said, this is a continuation, perhaps a slightly more pragmatic continuation, but a continuation of the church that Pope Francis left. So we have a cardinal who is a bridge builder himself, who all his views are not known on all issues. We do know that he aligned very closely with a lot of the thinking of Pope Francis, but it was different in some ways as a cardinal. Who he will be as Pope, what we will be looking for in the days ahead, in further speeches, in homilies that he gives, that it will be to see where he wants the church to go. But I think he made incredibly clear here. A missionary church, a church of building bridges, a church where people reach out, a church of dialogue and love and compassion.
We talked a lot before he came out about how what he wore would tell a story about him, in the sense that what Francis wore or didn't wear, in the sense, told a story. I saw the fisherman's ring on the Pope's hand.
He was wearing the mozzetta, the red sort of drape on top of the white cassock and the stole. So perhaps a little more formal than Pope Francis, but again, Pope Leo is going to choose his own path, and that's the incredible thing here, is that there is a transition. There will be a continuity. There always is. But he will make the papacy his own. That is what happens. Is nothing laid down by your predecessor binds you. You choose how you want to take the church forward and the kind of church you want to create.
And at the age of 69, he will have time for that. So as we've been talking, looking on from afar, I want to bring in someone who's a little closer, Mauro Garofalo, who is the head of international relations at the Rome-based Catholic community of Sant'Egidio. Forgive me if I pronounce it incorrectly. And he met Pope Francis a number of times. He's in St. Peter's Square. So I'm just so anxious to understand what went through your mind and your heart when you heard the new Pope speak, sir.
We were all extremely, this is the feeling we have here, joyful, a worldwide joy, because you have flags from all over the world. And we were delighted to hear the first words of Pope Leo.
Yes, sir, and those first words that he said were, "Peace be with all of you." Why in particular was that so important to you?
Why in particular?
Why those first words, "Peace be with all of you"? Why was that so important for you, sir?
It is extremely important. It is directly linked to what Pope Francis said during all his pontificate. This is what the world needs now. The world is lost in division, in war, in conflict. We do not have anymore the feeling of belonging to the same human family. It's this wish of peace to the whole world, to each and every of us, is the right beginning, is the correct beginning of this pontificate. We are so delighted that he decided to start his pontificate wishing peace to the world. This will be the core of his mission, I hope. We all hope.
I'm curious, sir, right away, did you know who it was, or did you need to take a moment to see who was Pope?
No, well, let's say we were paying a lot of attention to the conclave in this days. So we went through all the names of cardinals. It was not, but it was among those who could become Pope, and he did. The cardinal made a very good choice. Everyone is happy. I cannot describe the rush to join St. Peter's Square. It was quite frenzy, it was mad, but at the end we're here, and we all share the same joy of having a pastor, of having a shepherd for us. We are very happy.
It's good to hear your happiness, sir. Thank you for sharing that experience with us, and I wish you all the best.
I wish you all the best too, and let's go together. Bye.
Indeed. Bye-bye. That was Mauro Garofalo in St. Peter's Square. Poor man on a phone line with 60,000 other people trying to use their phones right now.
Of course, but you can hear the joy. An American Augustinian friar who becomes Pope, and his first words are about peace. A very strong supporter of Pope Francis's synodal, transparent church, and quite a linguist himself. He speaks Spanish, English, obviously, Italian, French, Portuguese, and I think he's actually has some Latin and Greek as well. So he's known as a very pragmatic man, a man who can get things done. And what an interesting combination. Pope Francis sent him out to do missionary work in the world, and brought him back to Rome to run the dicastery for bishops. So he will have such a good understanding and feeling for the church all over the world that he will come in with a profound and deep understanding of the issues of the church everywhere around the world. And that will no doubt serve him very well in his papacy.
Every cardinal who went into the conclave, there have been biographies prepared of them by various groups. The College of Cardinals, for example,
Yes.
they have a report, and so they characterize them, and they come from their own perspective, and you can take it or leave it. But some of the descriptions of him are that he is very much aligned with Pope Francis in matters of the environment.
Yes.
In reaching out to the poor and making sure that they are cared for. And he reportedly said something last year that some people will find interesting, which is that the bishop is not supposed to be a little prince sitting in his kingdom. Now, as someone who understands the Vatican, what is the message there, do you think?
The message there is not a church that is closed, not a pope who has a church that is closed on itself, but rather, as he said in speaking to the crowd, a church that is open, that stands open to the world, that not only is open, but goes out into the world in that missionary way.
Indeed. One last time, I'd like to go back to Megan Williams, if I can. Megan, I'm so fascinated by what you heard in the crowd when the name was revealed and when he started speaking. What impressions you got?
Well, I mean, the excitement, of course, but again, this was a dark horse contender. This was somebody who was on the short list, but someone who people really thought probably wouldn't make it. I mean, it's really quite astonishing. Prevost is known, or is called sort of within Vatican circles, as the least American of Americans. As you've already talked about amply, he spent most of his time in Peru. He is a Peruvian citizen. Geopolitically speaking, traditionally the Vatican has not wanted an American. The idea is to have a political balance. The United States is seen as too powerful a country to have a pope, and that was always a tacit agreement when cardinals went into conclaves, and this is really breaking with that. I think for a couple of reasons. What's going on in the United States right now, and Prevost is clearly on the opposite side. So that's one reason that, but I think it's also that he is Peruvian. He spent so much time in South America that he's not really even identified strongly with the United States. Anyway, it's a fascinating choice, and it will be a fascinating pope to follow.
Okay. Megan Williams, we know that you will be following everything that matters. As always, we really appreciate all of your insights and your institutional knowledge of the Vatican. It means a lot. So here we are. It is sunset here in Rome in St. Peter's Square, and the Vatican understands imagery. The Vatican really understands imagery and understands how to demonstrate what is happening. So, David Perlich, as we just have a few seconds left, and I'm just curious, your sense of this experience and this choice.
All papal elections are historic, but this feels particularly an amazing, rather unexpected choice. It's going to be so interesting to see how he deals with the world and geopolitically in his papacy, what this missionary church looks like. It's going to be a very exciting time.
I want to thank you, David. This man has a level of knowledge about the Vatican and the world that I always find impressive. I certainly appreciate it. Thank you for spending time with us as well, as we all went through this and experienced this together. It's an honor to be here with our team here in Rome and back in Toronto. Wish all of you the best. Pope Leo XIV, 69 years old, is the new Pope. there he is. We're going to be seeing and hearing a lot from this man in the future. It's not the United Nations, but the papacy has a role to play on the planet, and we'll see the extent to which he wields the soft power of his position. I'm Adrienne Arsenault with David Perlich and the team in Rome. Thank you for being with us. We're going to say goodbye to CBC TV, and there will be continuing coverage on CBC News Network.
Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. There is a new leader of the world's 1.4 billion Roman Catholics, and he is a stunning choice. For the first time in history, the Pope is American.
Habemus Papam.
A senior cardinal stood on a balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square to confirm the election of a new pope. In Latin, he announced, "We have a pope." Minutes later, the new pontiff stepped onto the balcony to introduce himself to the world.
La pace sia con tutti voi.
The crowd roared for more than 2 minutes before the new pope began to speak. He is 69-year-old Robert Francis Prevost from Chicago, but he spent many years working as a missionary in Peru and was made an archbishop there. For his papacy, he has taken the name Pope Leo XIV. He spoke in Latin saying, "Peace be with all of you," in his first words as the new pope. That was the moment thousands of people in St. Peter's Square and people watching all around the globe learned there was a new pope. Earlier, the crowd erupted as white smoke billowed from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, indicating the cardinals gathered inside had elected a new leader of the Roman Catholic Church. People in the square chanted "Viva il Papa," which means "Long live the Pope" in Italian. And this is a live look at St. Peter's Square inside the Vatican, a scene of jubilant celebration today, crammed with people for this historic event. Let's turn now to the CBC's Megan Williams. She joins us live from St. Peter's Square. So, Megan, a new pope has been chosen. What is the reaction like where you are?
Andrew, the reaction was just incredible. You know, because this was the fifth vote, which is not that too far into the conclave, the sense was, talking with Vatican observers, that it would be one of the two front runners, the Filipino Cardinal Tagle and the Italian Cardinal Peronin. So the idea that this is someone who was on the papabili list, the Pope contender list, but certainly nowhere near the top, is just extraordinary. I remember when Pope Francis was elected, it was a similar situation where people were saying, who is he? And I think it was the same sense here. Certainly Vatican watchers had heard of him, but nobody was expecting an American Pope. And it really is sort of an extraordinary moment. And the sense I got from the crowds was just wrapping their heads around the fact that the new leader of the Roman Catholic Church is an American, which was something that many people thought would not happen for a number of reasons.
And tell me about that, Megan. Why is that a number of people just didn't see it? You know, I was trying to listen to the crowd as the Pope was announced. We certainly saw some cheers when he came out, but I was trying to gauge the reaction. What was your sense of the reaction?
I think it's a joyful reaction. I mean, the people who come here for this sort of historic event, they're not all Catholic, but many of them are Catholic. So I think the Catholics, the nuns and the priests, of which there were many in the crowd, were just delighted to have a new leader of their church. So there was the joy of that. You can hear cries of joy behind me for I'm not quite sure what, but so that's part of it. But again, it's quite extraordinary that it's an American. There was always this tacit agreement that because the United States, geopolitically, that in a sense the Vatican would never have an American pope because there needed to be a kind of balance. I think the fact that Prevost is the first American speaks to a couple of things. One, the geopolitical situation right now, particularly with President Donald Trump. Prevost, obviously, politically speaking, could not be more different than President Trump, but also the fact that he's an American Pope who spent many, many, many years in South America. He was the bishop in Peru of Chiclayo, which is in northwestern Peru, for many years. He has Peruvian citizenship, from what I have heard. He is very much along the lines of Pope Francis. I mean, the fact that during his inaugural greeting to Rome, he talked about synodality. That's church speak for the process that Francis initiated. Synodality were these global meetings where Francis wanted to bring in lay people, in other words, not just have the bishops run the show. So the fact that he mentioned that process, there are many cardinals in the Catholic Church who were against it, especially older cardinals. They didn't like it for a whole bunch of different reasons. So he seems very clearly signaling from the get-go that he is going to continue the Pope Francis project, even mentioning an open church, dialogue, the name he has chosen, Leo the 14th. Leo the 13th was a 19th century Pope who was very progressive and also spoke a lot about dialogue. So we're getting early signals of the direction that Pope Leo XIV, as he is now known, will be taking the church.
Megan, tell us more about what you mean when you say that this is a Pope who is very different from Donald Trump. What do you mean by that?
This is a Pope who is a pastor and who literally has gone out into the world, in this case Peru. He is a fierce advocate of migrants, again very much along the same lines as Pope Francis. He is also very concerned about climate change and is totally on board with Pope Francis's Laudato Si. That was the big document that came out shortly after Pope Francis was elected, in which the Canadian Cardinal Michael Cherney had a heavy hand in. So those key issues, particularly the concept. I mean, this is a cardinal who doesn't give very many interviews, so we don't know a lot about him. Everybody I've spoken with over the past month or so, when trying to get a sense of different cardinals, when it comes to Prevost, they all say he's very discreet. So in some ways, people don't know what he thinks about certain issues, like 2S LGBTQ issues. He could be more conservative than Pope Francis on that. But when it comes to migrants, climate change, and reaching out, going out into the world, I mean, Pope Francis spoke about going out to what he called the peripheries. This is a Pope who is very much on board with that message that Pope Francis had. One thing he did say, and I'm reading this quote, he said, "Our work is to enlarge the tent and to let everyone know they are welcome inside the church." It's what he said today, and it's what he said in the past. So this is someone we'll see what he does, because a lot of Pope Francis was elected and everybody thought he was going to be quite conservative, and he turned out to be one of the most progressive popes that the Catholic Church has had in decades. So we don't know what Prevost is going to do, but from what he's already signaled from the balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square is that he is going to continue the work that Pope Francis did and emphasize similar things.
So let me ask you, Megan, so I think what you're saying to me when people are trying to figure out is if he's more of a conservative or more of a progressive pope, or what he will be. You mentioned migrants, that on that issue he's definitely softer than Donald Trump, but on some of those other social issues which have really dominated a lot of the discussion around the Roman Catholic Church in the year 2025, do we have a better sense of where he will guide the church?
We don't, but again, speaking to a lot of Vatican observers, very few of them know Prevost. Even though he's been appointing bishops for a few years now, he's a very reserved person, and he holds his cards close to his chest. So he's certainly, I wouldn't call him conservative within the definition of the church, but he was obviously someone not progressive or radical or whatever word you want to use enough for the conservatives to vote for him. I mean, he had to get 89 votes. So there's something reassuring enough about him to the traditionalists or the conservatives within the synod, within the conclave, to have voted for him. It's, you know, when we use the word progressive or conservative in politics, it doesn't mean exactly the same thing within the Catholic Church. But the sense I get in talking to Vatican observers is that probably on issues like LGBTQ+, or some of the things that maybe Francis, the small changes he made with regards to women, that the next person, someone like Prevost, may not touch that. He may just sort of leave that as it is. He may not advance a sense of welcome and inclusion, but there's a sense with somebody like him that he's not going to take things backwards. And again, he got enough votes, and what many people said they were looking for was someone to consolidate the changes that Pope Francis had brought in. So somebody who is advancing the important issues for Pope Francis, going to the peripheries, inclusion, folding in more the global South, but at the same time who would not be perhaps as disruptive as some people experienced Pope Francis to be.
Megan, let me ask you this question, because I think it may have been on the minds of the people there. I don't know, I'm not there, and that is with Donald Trump.
Andrew, if you're talking to me, I can't hear you.
Oh, hello. Okay. Megan, have you got me? Megan, it's Andrew in Toronto.
I can hear you now,
okay,
yes.
Okay, great. My question to you is this, is that given that I know Donald Trump is the president of the United States, Donald Trump looms large on the global stage right now. An American president, many people in this country have very negative feelings. Many people in much of the world have negative feelings towards the American president. I'm wondering if the world wants, needs an American pope at this moment.
Well, I mean, that's a fascinating question, Andrew, and you know, that's why I think this is such an electrifying choice in a way. He is so clearly standing for exactly the opposite things that Donald Trump stands for. You know, and the other interesting thing about this choice as an American is a lot of the American bishops have been very conservative. You know, there are like a handful of them now who used to be papal contenders who aren't, but who really strongly opposed Pope Francis and sent him letters firmly, you know, demanding to know, to have explanations for certain moves that he made to make the church more inclusive. So it's an interesting choice in a group of bishops that tend to be very, very conservative and to focus on cultural wars. I mean, the American bishops focused on, you know, have focused on abortion. They focused on trying to block same-sex marriage. They're very aligned with some of the things that Trump does, not migration, I should say, but certainly on those other cultural issues. And I don't know exactly where Prevost lies on those issues, but he's certainly not one of them, and he's not one of these people who has clearly engaged in these cultural wars. He's very discreet. So it will be fascinating to follow him in the next year or so to see where exactly he stands. And again, you know, there are a number of popes that get elected, like John Paul II. He seemed very progressive when he was elected. He turned out to be extremely conservative. Benedict XVI, that was one case where you knew what you were getting, a conservative pope. Pope Francis was not seen as especially progressive, his own history, and yet he brought in one of the most progressive papacies that we've seen in a very long time. So we will be watching him, and I think you kind of just have to wait for a year or so to see who exactly you're dealing with.
Megan, I know you were not in the conclave, of course not. There was only 133 cardinals inside. But how do you think this happened? I mean, was this Pope this new pope on anyone's list. How could this have happened? Have you started to give some thought to some of the plays that may have made this occur?
Absolutely, Andrew. What clearly happened is the two front runners, Pietro Parolin, who is the Vatican Secretary of State, and the very charismatic Cardinal Tagle, Luis Tagle, the Filipino. Neither of them could reach enough votes to kind of gain momentum, and that's clearly what happened, because neither of them stood on that balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square. And so usually, in the first vote, for instance, the last conclave, there were 24 or so cardinals who received first votes. And then everybody, kind of huddles and figures out who they're going to get behind. And so that, the two votes this morning were, leaks will come out eventually, Andrew. I don't know, but my guess is, based on the result, that those two contenders just didn't have the momentum and didn't have enough votes. And so Prevost came up the middle. Now, there might have been someone else who came up the middle with him. Clearly, people voted for him, and certainly he got enough votes that some of the more traditional conservative, like a lot of the African bishops are quite conservative on social issues, they voted for him. But we'll know more later.
We'll know more later. Megan, I was, as we were watching, I don't know enough, so we heard him speak in Latin and Italian, I believe. I mean, the moment, and it will happen, where we hear an American pope speak with a mother tongue of English and American English sounding kind of similar to you and I. I mean, that will be quite a moment for the English-speaking Catholics of the world, but just for the world generally, don't you think?
Absolutely. This is a multilingual man. He's obviously he speaks his Italian. When I was listening to his Italian, it has a Spanish accent. So he has spent so much time of his life speaking Spanish, and his background is also Italian, Spanish, and French. So he may well speak French as well. But yes, very strange to have a pope who speaks North American English. This was something that a lot of people said would never happen. They do call him the least American of Americans, but nonetheless, he's from Chicago, so he understands American culture, and that could be a very positive thing in dealing with Donald Trump as well, President Trump, and trying to influence him in some way. I know President Trump congratulated him already, but it's a very interesting configuration to have an American as Pope.
It sure is. Megan, we will let you news gather, get a sense more of the crowd around you. You've had a chance, but you've been kind of busy talking with us. We appreciate your reporting very much, but for now, thank you. That is Megan Williams live in Vatican City. I want to bring in Catherine Clifford. She is a professor of theology at St. Paul University in Ottawa. Catherine, your reaction to the first American leader of the Catholic Church.
Good afternoon, Andrew. It's good to be with you.
You too.
Yes, I think the choice of Robert Prevost for the new Pope, Pope Leo XIV, is a very interesting one. He is American-born, but as Megan just said, he also has Latin American citizenship because he served in a lot of his pastoral ministry as a priest and as a bishop in the country of Peru. So he's really a very interesting international figure. He has spent these last 3 years working in the Vatican, heading up the office that selects, that helps the Pope to choose and approve the nominations of new bishops So he, in that role, would have been known to many of the cardinals and perhaps gained the confidence of many bishops around the world because he has this really interesting mix of being a pastor, being a spiritual leader, being the leader of his religious order. He said he's a son of St. Augustine. He was the superior general or the leader of the Augustinian religious order. So he has a very, very interesting profile that I think speaks to the diversity of men who were in the College of Cardinal Electors.
What's the significance of the name, Leo XIV?
It's a very interesting choice. So the last Pope Leo we had was Leo XIII at the end of the 19th century. And Pope Leo XIII was the first, I would say, very modern pope that began to teach and develop a body of doctrine that we call Catholic social teaching. So in a period of the Industrial Revolution, he was calling Catholics to work together to defend the rights of workers, to protect the poor, to create just working conditions for ordinary people, and to work together for a decent standard of living for all people.
So those are some of his stances on some of those issues. But Catherine, do you have any more sense in terms of, well, we heard the new Pope started his remarks to the faithful by talking about peace, a theme he returned to many times in his address. What do you make of that?
Yeah. Well, he linked it to the fact that we are in the Easter season. We're in the season of the church year when we're remembering and celebrating the resurrection of Christ. And so he wished first the people in the crowds of St. Peter's Square the peace of the risen Christ. And then he said, this is his wish for all people in the world, that we would wish for peace. And when he says this, he's deeply aware of that we are living through a moment of great tension and conflict and war and violence. We've seen the outbreak of violence in Pakistan, in the Kashmir region between India and Pakistan these last days, in Gaza, in Sudan, in Ukraine. So the leaders of the church are come from many of these regions, and he would be very deeply aware of their concerns. He also said and repeated, I think, a theme that's very dear to Pope Francis. He underlined that he wishes peace for all people, and he wishes that they would know God's unconditional love for every person. And that's I think, a real keystone of the gospel teaching.
So unconditional love for all people, does that mean LGBTQ? Does that mean those
Absolutely.
who seek abortions, those who are divorced? Does that include everybody?
God loves all people and desires the fullness of life for all people. That's the starting point of the gospel message. Yes.
How do you think this happened, that this man was chosen as Pope? Did you have any sense that this could be the new Pope?
Yes, in fact, he was on my list.
Okay.
Of contenders,
yeah.
Because he has this very interesting profile. Of course, there's always a little hesitation. There's always been this idea that it would be sort of off base to think about having an American to lead the global Catholic community. But it's a very interesting choice, again, because of his international experience. I think he's a figure that knows well the global Catholic Church. And perhaps as an American who knows the wider global context, he can speak with some force to a government that is moving in a way that goes against many of the prized values of the Christian tradition.
Tell me about that. Tell me what you mean by that. You're saying that this is not a Trumpian choice.
Not at all. Not at all. No, I mean, as a bishop of the Diocese of Chiclayo in Peru, Prevost would have known and seen some of the movements of migration towards the United States through Mexico, and he knows the reality of poverty and the dire living conditions of the majority of people on the earth, and the great majority of Catholics also who live in the global South. So he would have been, I think, somewhat sympathetic to the precarity of their life situations and known that the experience that we're living through as a global community today with an unprecedented migration of human people is not without reason. These are not, this is not always the easiest choice for people, but they find the places where they're living to be just, it's impossible for them to stay in poverty, or they've been forced to migrate because of violent conflicts. And so they're seeking a better life, and they're willing to take the risk to move up through the Darien Gap and cross the countries of Central America to try to cross the U.S. border. And some people try, as we know, to make their way into Canada, looking for a better life, looking for a more decent way of life.
So far,
I think he would see an obligation also to welcome the stranger, to welcome the refugee and the migrant.
Given that, so far we have seen some congratulations from U.S. President Donald Trump. Can you see some clashes potentially with the American administration and this new American Pope that may see the world very differently?
Well, I think we have to see. It is now one of the prerogatives of the new Pope is to consider who will be part of the governing structure of the Vatican City. Since the death of Pope Francis, all those men and women who had leadership roles within the Roman Curia, their offices, in a sense, have been suspended, and so Pope Leo could reappoint some of them. I'm thinking of the important role that Cardinal Parolin has played in recent years as the Secretary of State, Cardinal Gallagher, who's been also working through the Secretary of State, has played an important role in international affairs. But it's up to him now to kind of give the tone and to set out the priorities for the international relations of the Vatican with the other nation states. And I think you'll see and hear, he's already given a key to this by speaking of the importance of peace, the importance of working to respect the absolute dignity of every human person.
How much of a bridge builder do you think he will need to be, could become, for all of the different, whether it's the geographic aspects of the Catholic Church, the different, whether it's more conservative, more progressive leanings, whether it's to the global South? How much of a role could he play in all of that?
Well, being a bridge builder is the heart of the ministry of the Bishop of Rome. So he used this term several times in his speech from the Logia, and he spoke of the importance of being bridge builders. And in fact, he's calling all Catholics everywhere to be agents of reconciliation and peace and bridge building wherever we live in the world. But I think he's very deeply aware of the responsibility now he undertakes in this new ministry to be a pontifex, a builder of bridges, first of all, within the church to maintain unity in the great diversity that belongs to the global Catholic community. I think especially we've seen from the pontificate of Pope Francis onward, there's much more awareness today that the majority of Catholics live in the global South. And so the governance of the church can't always be from a European or Roman-centered perspective. And I think that other church leaders, the men who elected him, would look for some greater autonomy in the management of the daily affairs of their local churches. There's also relationships with other Christian churches relationships with other great religions, and then the moral influence of the Church in the world in diplomatic affairs. The Pope, certainly Francis, has tried to be a voice for the voiceless, to speak for the defense of the poor and those who are treated unjustly. And I think we can expect that Pope Leo XIV will continue in that tradition.
What about the role of women in the Roman Catholic Church with this new Pope?
Well, that's a very important question. We just came through a 3-year consultation process where the leaders of the Church have been listening to Catholics around the globe about issues that are of concern to them. And one of the most important issues was the experience of women who don't feel valued and who want to contribute more to the life and to the ministries of the Church. So Francis has kept open some of the dialogue on these issues. Francis made an effort to appoint more women to leadership roles within the offices of the Roman Curia. I think as an American-born man, that Pope Leo might be even more sympathetic to these concerns. And I think he's younger than Francis. Francis was born and raised in a Latin American context in a very Latino machismo culture. And perhaps Pope Leo is even a little more broader-minded on these issues and sees the importance of moving forward in a constructive way here.
Catherine, we appreciate your insight very much. Thank you for taking the time.
Thanks, Andrew. Good to be with you.
Catherine Clifford of St. Paul University. For some reaction here at home, let's go to St. Joseph's Basilica in Edmonton, and that's where the CBC's Julia Wong is standing by. Julia, what are you hearing from people about the new Pope?
Yeah, people are still processing this news. It's still early days of everyone understanding just exactly who this new Pope is. I am outside the Cathedral Church of the Catholic Archdiocese of Edmonton. There was a mass that was held here just a little bit earlier, and it was wrapping up, and people were starting to come out as news was coming out about who the new Pope is. And what people were saying is that they were waiting eagerly to find out who would be named the new Pope. Some were surprised that it happened so quickly. Many were expecting it to sort of drag out just a little bit longer. But it seemed like there was a general sense of excitement that someone had been named. Now, along with that excitement, there was also a little bit of surprise at the choice of Robert Prevost as the new Pope. As we've been talking about, he will be called Pope Leo XIV. Many people weren't aware of him. Many people don't know much about him. Not a surprise considering he wasn't necessarily a front runner going into this. Many were also surprised that he is American, the first time in history that something like that has happened. But we're getting the sense that many people are interested in how exactly Leo's papacy will shape itself, how it will mold itself, and how it will move the church going forward. Take a listen.
It's absolutely surprising that we'd have an American pope, given the consolidation of power right now in the United States. But perhaps what it's signaling is that from the United States itself, we're going to have a kind of counter witness or a complementary witness to the one that Donald Trump gives.
I don't feel that the Pope should necessarily have a political agenda. I think that he is first and foremost a spiritual leader. But what I'm really hoping for is that he'll be able to kind of provide unity to the Catholic Church.
Now reaction continues to pour in over this new Pope selection. We will be hearing shortly from Bishop William McGrattan, the president of the Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops, and Father Paul Kavanagh of the Archdiocese of Edmonton. They will be holding a press conference here at this basilica in about 30 minutes' time, and we'll bring that to you as it happens.
Julia, thank you. The CBC's Julia Wong in Edmonton. As we head to break, another live look of the Vatican where celebrations are underway after American Robert Francis Prevost was elected the next pope, taking the name Pope Leo XIV. Prevost was born in Chicago but is a dual citizen holding nationality in both the U.S. and Peru, where he served for many years. He is the first American elected as pope in the church's 2,000-year history. We'll be right back.
「」  . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 .
The dramatic white smoke moment happened just after 6 p.m. in Rome. St. Peter's Square erupted when it was announced a new pope had been chosen. Less than 90 minutes later, he emerged. Pope Leo XIV, an American, is the new leader of the Roman Catholic Church. And I want to bring in the CBC's Aaron Collins now. He is in Washington. Aaron, we have an American pope. I don't know, not a lot of people saw that coming. Tell us about reaction in the U.S. so far.
Yeah, Andrew, I mean, you mentioned it there. I'll probably be the 500th person to talk about how interesting and unique this is, but the numbers really matter here, right? Like, this is the 14th Pope named Leo, the 267th Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, but the first American-born Pope. Kind of puts it in perspective, right? It's a big deal. Choosing an American Pope, it goes against conventional wisdom. And as big as that shift is for the church, I think it's an even bigger deal for the 50 million Catholic Americans, right? Some of whom were at the Vatican today, obviously getting a bit of a surprise, listening to their reaction to that news that the head of the church is now going to be from their country. Have a listen to what that sounds like.
I mean, it's great. I mean, we're feeling very patriotic, I guess. But
I think we're still processing.
I know,
it's still, like, it's so fresh. I mean, I just really hope that, like, this American Pope, he can, keep the train on the tracks rolling that Francesco did, the previous Pope, keep the church moving in the same direction. That's what I hope. Never thought I would have seen the day that there would be an American Pope.
Yeah.
Like,
especially now.
What do you mean?
Expecting this. I wasn't expecting it at all.
Like, I left work early. I mean, don't tell my boss, but I'm glad I did.
Hopefully the boss isn't watching this, but you can hear the excitement, you can hear the pride, hoping that Pope Leo can keep the train on the tracks there.
And have we heard anything from the White House? We have, and it'll be interesting to see how we've got some initial reaction from the President of the United States. It'll be interesting to see over time how the U.S. President views this new American Pope.
It's going to be fascinating to watch. Donald Trump was quick to post about this on social media, no surprise there. Posted his congratulations, writing on his Truth Social that it's a great honor for our country, and he looks forward to meeting Pope Leo. And just moments ago at the White House, President Trump just had a few brief comments about that. Let's listen to that.
To have the Pope from the United States of America, that's a great honor. That's a great honor.
Sir, has your passport? Sir, has your...
I'm watching, and they said, he's from America. I said, that's great.
But to your point, Andrew, it'll be fascinating to watch how this relationship evolves. The new Pope has been critical of some of the Trump administration's policy in the past, speaking out specifically against its immigration policies, asking in a social media post if the president's conscience wasn't disturbed by the deportation of an American citizen, and also criticizing J.D. Vance for suggesting that there was a hierarchy to God's love, posting in February that J.D. Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others. So, as you said, it's going to be absolutely fascinating, very interesting to see how the relationship between the first American Pope and the Trump administration evolves over the coming months and years.
And so, Aaron, can you just tell me a little bit more about how surprising, I mean, I know you've just kind of come into the office because we didn't really expect this to happen, and there you are covering other things in the United States these days. But just this, do you have any sense of how surprising this is, that there would be an American Pope?
Well, with the caveat that, most of my understanding of how this process works comes from watching Conclave, I think this will put it in perspective for you, right? I came into the office today and was expecting to be talking about a UK U.S. trade deal, right? So that just puts it sort of in your mind how surprising this development was. We didn't think we were going to be talking about an American Pope today. We didn't think that was, high on the list of possibilities. We thought this was going to be a day of trade. So, it's one of those moments where you're caught off guard. You take a second, and I can tell you in this newsroom, the reaction was immediate. The understanding that this was a very big deal. This was a first, and this was something that we had to dive into right away. So, as an observer, like the rest of the world, it's new, it's a first, and it's going to have ramifications. It's going to to signal a shift, I think, in the direction of the church, and it'll be up to the Catholics of the world, the more than billion followers of that faith, to determine exactly what this means. But for sure, it's a big deal. It's a first, and it caught us all off guard.
And Aaron, just to follow up a little bit on what you were saying about J.D. Vance and the stance on migrants. I mean, we know that in the United States right now, there is real polarization on some of these key social, cultural issues when it comes to abortion bans, when it comes to LGBTQ rights, the role of women in the church. I mean, this could be very interesting, right, in terms of an American president and vice president on one side of that spectrum in terms of some of those very important issues, and then this new American Pope. Perhaps, I mean, we'll see as we hear more from him, and when we hear him speak American English, what a concept that will be in the days and the weeks to come.
Yeah, and it's hard to say. Certainly not an expert, but will the way someone expresses their views as pontiff be different than the way they might have reacted before attaining that title, right? That's difficult to say. Certainly there's, as we parse through past social media posts and comments, we can see that that Pope Leo was disappointed with some of the moves of the Trump administration in the past. It's going to be fascinating because this is a president who inherently is, America first. So this is something that, you can see and feel that there's going to be an instinct within President Trump to sort of grasp this as a success, as a win for America. Maybe it doesn't turn out quite that way if the new Pope then turns around and criticizes the administration's policies. It's going to be fascinating to watch and unpack as it rolls out.
Aaron, thank you. From the UK-US trade deal to surprise, an American Pope. I better appreciate your reporting. Aaron, thank you. The CBC's Aaron Collins live in Washington. Michael Swan is here with me now. He is a former associate editor of the Catholic Register, which is based in Toronto. Really appreciate you coming in and talking to us. Did you see this? Were you surprised?
I was a little surprised. Yeah, like every Catholic journalist, I had to write a story about papabili, possible popes. Yeah. And I wanted to put him on the list, but I thought, nah, he's an American, and my editor's just going to cut him anyway.
But you wanted to put him on the list.
Yeah, yeah. No, this is a guy who very much will continue the legacy of Pope Francis. This is a guy who understands the world the way Pope Francis understands it. Pope Francis was the first Latin American Pope. This guy spent half his adult life in Latin America. This guy was in Peru when Pope Francis issued an apology for the conquest of the Americas to indigenous people. He was a missionary working with indigenous people. This guy is going to be very consequential for Canada and for the ongoing reconciliation between indigenous people and the church. This guy...
Which Francis started, right?
Which, very much so. He's a key piece in moving that forward. And, the thing is, Francis was a Jesuit from a religious order, lived his life under vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. This guy's an Augustinian. He also, a religious, lives his life under poverty, chastity, and obedience. The popes we've had in the rest of the 20th century have all been secular priests. They don't have those vows. They have a different way of approaching the world. So as the Superior General of the Augustinians, he knows Francis's emphasis on discernment, on listening, on talking to people. And we were talking with Catherine Clifford earlier about, how this Pope might greet and deal with the frustrations of women in the church. There are Augustinian sisters. In his time as a superior of the Augustinians, he would have worked with and discerned plans and futures with women women, Augustinian sisters. That comes naturally to him because he's a religious priest. He also is somebody who's seen poverty up close. He's also somebody who's seen conflict up close. Francis talked about how we're living in a Third World War piecemeal. You get the report from Uppsala University in Sweden on conflict. There are 59 wars going on. There are, 2023, there were 120,000 people killed in wars. And those numbers are going up.
He kept talking about peace in his...
He talked about peace here. And he knows, as somebody who's been appointing bishops to conflict regions around the world, to Congo, to the Holy Land, he knows those situations. He understands that we're living in a world of conflict. And he understands also that that many of those conflicts have their roots in the climate crisis. This is, you're talking about how he's an American. Oh, well, how will that work with Trump?
I don't know.
This is a defeat for the MAGA Catholics.
Okay.
This guy is not who, EWTN and the National Catholic Register were hoping for.
Now, when you talk about, do you want to talk a little bit about kind of the divides within the American Catholic Church?
The American Catholic Church.
So there are MAGA Catholics, and then there are those that are more liberal, if you will, when it comes to social, cultural issues, the role of women. Is that what you're alluding to?
It's not just social and cultural issues. It's also how we organize our economy. It's also how we deal with migrants. It's also these international issues. And I would be very surprised if he replaces Parolin as the Secretary of State. That role of bridge building that Francis established, and the prominence that Francis gave to the Secretariat of State under John Paul II and then Benedict, the formerly leading role of the Secretariat of State in the Holy See was sort of overshadowed by the Department on Doctrine. Okay, and Francis, said we don't need to constantly police what people are thinking. What we need to do is to help people directly, to help people who are in poverty, to help people who live in conflict, to help people who face enormous problems in their lives. And so he restored the Secretariat of State to that leading role. He's an internationalist. Donald Trump is not an internationalist. So, there's lots yet to be uncovered, right? Yeah. And popes always grow into their role and they react to events, and we don't know. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
It's the future. But 70% of journalism is speculating about the future.
It is. Michael, appreciate you coming in, and I think you're going to be able to stick around.
Sure.
So thank you. For now, though, Michael Swan, he is a former associate editor at the Catholic Register. Thank you.
Thanks.
And the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick is at St. Michael's Cathedral in Toronto. Megan, what is the reaction there?
Well, it is one of surprise, Andrew. We spoke to one of the parish priests here, Father Frank Portelli, and he said he had never heard of this new pope before. Definitely wasn't familiar with him, and so he's been reading up as quickly as he can to learn a bit more about him. He noted that the new pope made mention of the previous pope, of his predecessor, Pope Francis, and saying perhaps that's an indication that he does intend on carrying on some of his traditions and embodying perhaps his kind of leadership. And Frank Portelli, Father Portelli, telling us he's looking forward to learning more about the new pope and his priorities, and just what kind of person he is. Here's a bit more of what we've been hearing here from the parish priest.
The brief look into his history
sounds like he has good management skills, good diplomacy skills. So hopefully, continuing on the good work, that he can make inroads for peace and bring countries together that might be in conflict.
And he was asked, what does he make, if anything, about the new Pope's age of 69? And he said perhaps that was an indication that the cardinals were voting, it was a vote of confidence for him, that they envision him, being in this role for quite some time. He also said he would try and ask Cardinal Leo, who's the cardinal from here in Toronto, for any kind of information that he can get out of him in terms of how they made their choice, which is in secret, of course. And he was sort of saying that lightheartedly, Andrew, not expecting to actually get any details of the deliberations, but he said he'll try and ask once Cardinal Leo returns here to Ontario. And speaking of Ontario, we did hear from the Premier of the province, who issued a message on social media saying Pope Leo's election is a momentous occasion for Catholics in Ontario and around the world. May he continue a legacy of service and humility that inspires generations to come. And as for other Catholics here at this church, Andrew, that we've been speaking to, again, saying that they are surprised by this choice, have not heard of this was a cardinal, now the Pope, not familiar with him, and noting that he is from the United States and quite surprised by that as well. So we'll continue to try and get more reaction from here in Toronto at St. Michael's Cathedral.
All right, Megan, thank you. That is the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick live in Toronto. In some other news that we're following today, people living on Newfoundland's Avalon Peninsula have been forced to evacuate their homes because of a nearby wildfire. Last night, a state of emergency was declared in the small community of Small Point, Adams Cove, Blackhead, Broad Cove.
We saw it when it just started, when the flames were just shooting up over here, but it's been amazing to watch all the firefighters and the RCMP and the volunteers. There's another water bomber now coming.
Wildfires cropped up across the region yesterday. A provincial forest fire officer told CBC News the fire is, quote, big, very active, and out of control. At least 12 homes have already been destroyed by the fire, but the full extent of the damage won't be known until the smoke from the fires lifts. Authorities say everyone is safe so far. We're also tracking a number of fires burning in Alberta, particularly those near Redwater and Boyle, north of Edmonton. Sturgeon County has expanded its evacuation order for areas around the Redwater recreation area. At least one family in that area has already lost its home and business. More than 20 square kilometers have been burned in that area. The province has also issued evacuation alerts for nearby communities facing a risk from the fires. As you can see on this map provided by the Canadian Wildland Fire Information System, the risks of wildfire is extremely high, indicated by the red on the map in the southern Midwest area of the country. That includes parts of Western Ontario, southern Manitoba, most of Saskatchewan, and northern Alberta. We'll continue to watch these fires and bring you more information as it becomes available. More than 1,300 people in Ontario have been infected with the measles virus since October. The province's health minister, Sylvia Jones, says she's focusing efforts on childhood vaccination, and she's informed the public there are lots of vaccine units available. She's also encouraging all unvaccinated people to get the measles vaccine. And another live look at Vatican City this hour, where, as you can see, some spectators are still in St. Peter's Square. Coming up, more on our special coverage of the election of American Pope Leo XIV. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. There is a new leader of the world's 1.4 billion Roman Catholics, and he is a stunning choice. For the first time in history, the Pope is American.
Habemus Papam.
A senior cardinal stood on a balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square to confirm the election of a new pope. In Latin, he announced, "We have a pope." Minutes later, the new pontiff stepped onto the balcony to introduce himself to the world.
La pace sia con tutti voi.
The crowd roared for more than 2 minutes before the new pope began to speak. He is 69-year-old Robert Francis Prevost from Chicago, but he spent many years working as a missionary in Peru and was made an archbishop there. For his papacy, he has taken the name Pope Leo XIV. He spoke in Latin, saying, "Peace be with all of you," in his first words as the new pope. That was the moment thousands of people in St. Peter's Square and people watching all around the globe learned there was a new pope. Earlier, the crowd erupted as white smoke billowed from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, indicating the cardinals gathered inside had elected a new leader of the Roman Catholic Church. People in the square chanted, "Viva il Papa," which means "Long live the Pope" in Italian. This is a live look at St. Peter's Square inside the Vatican. While the crowd has thinned out now, this was a scene of jubilant celebration earlier today. That square had been packed with people hoping to get a glimpse of the new pope. Let's turn to the CBC's. We're taking you now to Edmonton, where we're getting some reaction to this new pope. Let's listen.
And I think his experience of working in the missions will sort of bring that perspective that the church is universal and the church needs to speak to all peoples of all countries. And so I look forward to working with him as the Canadian Conference president. I've had a number of opportunities to meet with him at different times as he was head of the dicastery for bishops. I found him to be very sensitive. I would say a person who listens first before speaking. One who sort of asks questions in order to be able to really appreciate the context of maybe the issues that you're presenting. And I really found in him a sense of justice, really wanting to make sure that whatever that situation you were talking about and discussing, what was the right thing, what was the justice that needed to be either addressed or supported. And I guess the last thing is that a very quiet man, but very somewhat humble in his demeanor. And I found that always in individuals somewhat inviting, that there is a bit of a mystery, there is a sense of depth to the person, and that I hope that the world will begin to see this as he begins his pontificate. I think it's very also extraordinary that his first address was on handwritten notes. And obviously he had a very, not much time to prepare for that, but he did talk about the issues that are pressing, peace in the world, the issue of many injustices. And I think that is setting the tone for what he wants to continue in terms of the papacy, that we need to be reconciling, we need to be bridges in which the voice of peace, the voice of truth will be heard, and that this is the invitation that countries would come together. Peoples would understand that we need to work together. We need to, in many ways, reconcile differences and at the same time work for a better future, a path that brings us hope. So with that, I'm very pleased, as the Canadian Conference Bishop President, to make this announcement and to be here in the Archdiocese of Edmonton to share this good news. not only with the Archdiocese and the people of Alberta, but also all of the people in Canada. Thank you.
We saw Pope Francis was a very progressive pope. How would you characterize this pope's take on, social issues or reconciliation and things like that?
I would think that given his background of working in Peru and being a missionary for over 20 years, I know that he has had experience with Indigenous communities there. In conversations with myself, talking about our path of that penitential pilgrimage with Pope Francis, he always was talking about, how have the bishops continued that? So there was a keen interest on his part to make sure that we as brother bishops were supporting what Pope Francis did here in Canada and making sure that we were faithful to those commitments that we had made.
And you said you met Pope Leo beforehand. How many times? What was the context? Where were you?
So a number of times I've met him in his role as the head of the dicastery for bishops. Also, he was at the synod. So for the last 2 years, I was part of the synod as well, representing Canada. Had opportunity to converse with him and talk. And so I found him very approachable. I saw him as someone who would build consensus, someone who was able to see that the via media, the middle is where dialogue really is fruitful and takes place. So those are some of my impressions of working and being with him.
What are your thoughts on him being the first American pope?
Well, I think that's quite a surprise. I mean, Pope Francis was the first bishop of the Americas, as we call that. I think the United States, in some ways, it might be a prophetic appointment. I might see that he could have a role in terms of not necessarily American politics, but in some ways that we in America are dealing with social issues that are global, that sometimes we don't see the implications of those. And I think his voice from a perspective might be able to help us in Canada, but also our brother bishops in the United States.
Was his selection maybe a message to the U.S. government?
Well, I'm not a politician, and I wouldn't want to wade into that area, but obviously the church needs to be in the public square. The church needs to have some sense of being a voice that speaks to the truth. And so in that way, I would say that, yes, I would hope that his choice will be able, that the people of America would be open to hear a voice of truth, a voice that is speaking to some of these issues. And as the Holy Father, maybe that would in some ways carry some weight, some sense that this is an important choice, that the bishop is coming from the United States in the Americas.
Pope Francis got elected on the 5th ballot, same with Pope Leo XIV. What does that mean for you symbolically? Like maybe the church is reunited around this new pope?
That's somewhat the commentary, I guess, and sort of the interpretation that if it is an early selection on either the first or the second day, that there seems to have been a coalescing and a unity among the cardinals. So it does send a message. And I think it also supports the prayers of the faithful, that we entered into this also from a spiritual perspective. And we have to understand that God does answer our prayers, and sometimes answering them quickly is a sign that this is the choice and this is what the Holy Spirit wanted for the church in the choice of Cardinal Prevost.
Does he have any connection to Alberta?
And you have been listening to Bishop William McGrattan, president of the Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops, speaking live in Edmonton. He said that he had met Pope Leo a number of times, saying he was a very sensitive person, quiet and humble in his demeanor, someone who listens first and ask questions later. The CBC's Julia Wong has been listening in and joins me now live. And Julia, he also spoke about he expects that this Pope will follow in the path of Francis when it comes to reconciliation with Indigenous people. What else stood out to you?
Yeah, a few different things, because it seems like we're getting a better sense of who this new pope is from some things that we had already learned and knew from the get-go. The fact that this new pope is American. What we heard from McGrattan is that this is significant, that this choice is from the United States. Also, the fact that he does have a lot of experience being a missionary, with McGrattan saying that this brings the perspective that the church is universal and can speak to all people. But as you were mentioning just a little bit earlier, we're learning more about the personal side of this new pope, the new Pope Leo XIV. The fact that McGrattan has met with him before, calls him approachable, calls him a consensus builder, found him to be sensitive. We're getting the sense that this is someone who listens very carefully, someone who thinks before they speak. And also the fact that McGrattan here says that this new pope is a quiet man, humble in his demeanor, that it provides him with the feeling that there's a sense of depth to this individual who will be leading more than 1 billion Catholics across the world. But also the fact that in his first address, McGrattan was noting that this new pope was talking about the issues that are pressing in the world. We know that there are just so many conflicts happening across the world right now, noting that those were some of the few things that were highlighted in Leo's first address to the world, and how that will set the tone for how he wants to see his papacy, with people working together, reconciling their differences, and working towards a better future. So again, noting some of the things that we gleaned from the immediate get-go when this pope was first announced, but now we're starting to build a better picture of who exactly this individual, who exactly this man is.
Julia, thank you. That is the CBC's Julia Wong, live in Edmonton. Let's turn now to the CBC's Megan Williams. She is live from St. Peter's Square. So Megan, a new pope has been chosen. What is the reaction like where you are tonight?
I think everybody's just trying to figure this out, because it feels like it came out of nowhere. Because, I mean, Prevost was on some of the short lists and on CBC's short list, but he was further down. And I think people underestimated the fact that probably the cardinals in Latin America, who know him very, very well, he's been in Peru for 2 decades, he knows all of the South Latin American bishops and priests, they clearly went in there voting in a block and were able to advance his candidacy to the point where he became pope. And of course, enough other people were reassured.
And I think we've lost connection. So we've lost some connection. Oh, she's back. Go ahead, Megan. We lost connection with you for a second, but continue your thought there. You were just saying that the Latin American cardinals kind of voted in block, and that is how this all happened. Do you want to just continue that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that for sure, but that's probably what happened. And again, it's interesting, you know, a lot of Vatican observers and a lot of the Vatican observers are Italian. And they're, you know, I had spoken about this over the past couple of days, but there's a sort of an Italian inherent bias towards who might become the next pope, with Cardinal Parolin at the top of the list, because he's the Secretary of State and was able to travel in Italian. But here we have a situation where it was somebody really unexpected, and not just because he's a relatively new cardinal. I mean, Pope Francis named him a cardinal not that long ago, and he has been, Pope Francis brought him to Rome not that long ago. He's the head of the bishops, and he names the bishops around the world. So that gave him more a higher profile. But before then, outside of Latin America, he didn't have a particularly high profile. So again, I think the Latin Americans clearly carried him forward in the voting, and then other people probably joined in along the way. But as I was saying, the fact that he's American is quite astounding, because the assumption anybody you ever talk to here at the Vatican would say there will never be an American Pope. Mind you, many of them said that there would never be a Jesuit Pope, and enough cardinals were comfortable electing Pope Francis, who of course was a Jesuit. But it'll just be very interesting to follow it geopolitically as well. This is a man who stands for everything that opposes Donald Trump, so President of the United States. So it'll be interesting how that plays out too.
Tell me about that, Megan. When you say that, I mean, in what more do we know about him? You know, you can get into the specifics of how he would be different politically than Donald Trump, but just what more do we know about Leo XIV?
Well, we can look first and foremost to the name that he chose, which is Leo XIV, as you just said. Leo XIII, who was Pope at the turn of the 20th century, late 1800s, early 1900s, was a kind of a social activist. I mean, he introduced Catholic social teaching and made it, and you know, it's something that has carried forward to this day. That was, you know, during the Industrial Revolution, he was on the side of trade unions, of exploited workers. So for Prevost to take the name Leo XIV, he's expressing an affinity to those values. And we know that he was very aligned with Pope Francis on advocating for migrant rights, the environment too, which in Pope Francis's mind and politics went hand in hand. He was very clear that social justice and environmental protection, stewardship of the planet, are deeply interconnected. And so Prevost is, you know, those are his politics as well. So there are politics that could not be further than from Donald Trump.
You know, Megan, I was watching very closely the coverage and trying to get a sense of when the announcement, before Leo XIV came out, but when it was announced that there was going to be an American Pope and this is who it was, I don't know whether, it wasn't cheering, it wasn't, I don't know if it was booing, I don't know exactly what it was, or people just turning to each other saying, who? Or whether there was maybe disappointment from certain sectors of the people there who had maybe hoped for a pope from another part of the world. Do you have a sense of that?
Well, you know, it reminded me of the election of Pope Francis, who was also somebody not sort of high up on the list, where there was this moment of who? You heard the name Robert. You know, I knew who it was immediately, and I was utterly, you know, shocked. I mean, it was just goosebumps because it was completely unexpected and a very interesting choice. But, you know, I know it because I follow the Vatican, but I could see in the crowd that people were just trying to figure out who this was. And he is, of course, American, but, you know, I was just in the Vatican press room where journalists from all over the world there are, and I bumped into a Peruvian colleague, and he, you know, took out his cell phone and he showed it to me, and there was a picture of him with Prevost. I mean, Prevost is a Peruvian citizen, and Latin Americans really feel like he's one of theirs as well. So it's an interesting bicultural identity, and it will be very helpful to Prevost, you know, for the obvious reason that the growth of the Catholic Church is in the south of the world, and the most Catholics are in South America. So, you know, I saw people wrapped in American flags, but I saw a lot of Peruvian flags too, and people very happy.
Megan, I want to talk a little bit about the languages that the Pope spoke in his first address.
Yeah.
And one language that he didn't speak, and that's the language you and I are speaking right now. What do you think of that?
Yeah, That's an interesting observation, Andrew. I hadn't actually thought about that. But, you know, Italian is the language, it's the lingua franca of the Vatican. So all popes speak Italian, and the cardinals and bishops communicate with each other in Italian. Spanish, I mean, clearly he feels like, whether or not it's a mother tongue, but pretty close to being a mother tongue. I mean, that's the language that he's operated in for very much of his life. Yeah, I mean, he didn't speak in English. Maybe that was a signal too, where he was, you know, speaking to his people. And in terms of a pastor, a missionary, a bishop, and a cardinal, his people have been the people of South America, the people of Peru.
And maybe, Megan, maybe it was just some hesitation. I wonder about whether or not it was one thing to kind of absorb this idea of an American Pope, which I think was stunning to a lot of people, given, as you mentioned, Donald Trump and how he looms large, how there's some hostility in many parts of the world towards Donald Trump. I wonder if English would not have been welcomed, American English, in that moment. I don't know.
I mean, it's possible. It creates a very interesting dynamic to have Prevost as Pope, Leo XIV as Pope, because you know, Donald Trump, as we know, brags about the fact that he got the Catholic vote, and the Catholic vote in the United States tends to be a very conservative kind of Catholicism. At least the people who are voting for Donald Trump, not all Catholics certainly are on. You know, are on that bandwagon. There are a lot of very progressive, social justice-oriented Catholics as well. But I think what will be interesting is Prevost, who, you know, his last position was the head of the bishops. He was selecting world bishops, and Francis gave him that job. But I'm sure he's already started it, but I'm sure he's going to put someone in there who makes sure that the American bishops who get chosen are not going to be the people they have been until now, which are these cultural warriors, men who really want to, you know, go do battle over limiting access to abortion or banning abortion, or, you know, to us LGBTQ people, same-sex marriage, you know, to clamp down on all of those rights. Prevost, we don't know really what his position is. He seems fairly moderate socially, but we don't know. But it's pretty clear that you know, that he's not. He's someone who is very discreet. Who, you know, he spoke about bridges. He's in his address tonight. He's someone who's not interested in walls and bridges, and it's very likely that he'll be watching and keeping track of who gets appointed bishop in the United States.
Megan, thank you for your reporting on another busy and stunning day, as you say. The CBC's Megan Williams, live from St. Peter's Square. Pierre Poilievre has just posted the following. Congratulations to Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost on his election as Pope Leo XIV. I join with Catholics in Canada and around the world in expressing our best wishes and prayers for Pope Leo XIV as he takes his place as the 266th successor of St. Peter. Poilievre continues, as the first pope from North America, I am hopeful that his tenure will be particularly meaningful for Canadian Catholics. May his tenure as Supreme Pontiff help lead the Catholic Church to renew the faith of its members and help promote peace, justice, and truth throughout the world. Michael Swan is here with me. He's a former associate editor of the Catholic Register, which is based in Toronto, and thank you again for being with us. Just some now that you've had a little more time to kind of digest and think, what are your feelings about this choice?
Oh, I'm overjoyed. This guy, for me personally, the Francis papacy was extremely important. That there was an openness and a generosity and a call to the gospel values that we read in the Sermon on the Mount of peace and justice and care for the most vulnerable. And so somebody who understands Francis and has been part of the Francis revolution in the church, somebody who understands the sort of dynamic. I mean, you mentioned that he didn't speak English.
Well, you tell me.
That's an interesting thing, because what is the language of cultural imperialism? What is the language of the internet? So he does not want to be that imperialist. So he'll have lots of chances to speak English. That moment, he wanted to project, I'm guessing, I get inside his head, he wanted to project a church from the global south. He wanted to project a church that is not identifying first with power.
The reason why I brought it up is because it is common for the Pope to speak a few words of their mother tongue. That's why I brought it up. So I noticed.
It's surprising that
that he didn't.
Yeah. You're right. It's surprising.
Okay. Let's talk about the name Leo. The last pope with that name, Pope Leo XIII, served from 1878 to 1903. What's the significance?
Oh,
of
it's
that
enormously significant. Pope Leo XIII wrote an encyclical called Rerum Novarum, of new things. And it was an encyclical that recognized the rights of workers, to organize, and foresaw an economy in which workers had a significant part in controlling and building their own enterprises, being part of their companies, not just subjects. And that began a whole tradition of Catholic social teaching that talked about how we relate to the world as it is now, and from a Christian perspective, beginning with those who are at the bottom, those who are vulnerable, those who are oppressed, and starting with them. So Pope Francis took this point of view that, what we need to do is we need to reach out to the peripheries. Remember, he was the Bishop of Buenos Aires. In Latin America, the poor parts of town aren't downtown. They are out at the edge of the city. And he says, you have to go out to those peripheries and make that the center. I think this is a guy who's going to understand that. And particularly also, his experience as a missionary in Peru means he gets indigenous people. He knows the history of colonization. And that's going to be significant, not just in Canada and in the United States. In Latin America, in Africa, in India, there are indigenous peoples who are yearning to be recognized as fully human. And the church needs to be the one to recognize them.
And that is a good way for us to end this particular conversation and continue that important part of the conversation. But again, for now, Michael, thank you. Michael Swan, he is a former associate editor at the Catholic Register. And Pope Francis made great efforts to try and repair the fractured relationship between the Catholic Church and Indigenous peoples. Just ahead, I'll speak to an Ojibwe priest in Ottawa about what he hopes to see from Pope Leo XIV. The dramatic white smoke moment happened just after 6 p.m. Rome time. St. Peter's Square erupted upon word a new pope was chosen. Less than 90 minutes later, he emerged. Pope Leo XIV, an American, will be the next leader of the Roman Catholic Church. As the church welcomes its new leader, many are reflecting on what this means for the future, especially in the ongoing journey of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. For more insight, let's bring in Father Daryl Corbière Winkler in Ottawa. He is a pastor at St. Basil's Catholic Parish and a member of the Chiging First Nation. And Father, appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
And tell me why you're glad to be here, your initial thoughts on the election of Pope Leo XIV.
Well, it's such an exciting day. You know, we're just, we've been grieving the death of Pope Francis. Many of us have been because of the great work that he's done for the church throughout the world. And in Canada, too, he had a deep impact. So there's been lots of grief and mourning about that. But this is a new era now, a new time, a new chapter in the church. And I just think it's very exciting. It's a very exciting day in the history of our church and in the present moment as well.
The new Pope brings a lot of experience to the papacy. What do you think should be his top priorities as he steps into this new role?
Well, I don't know what his, you know, he's thinking in terms of global vision, and I'm thinking in terms of Canada. So that might be two different things, but for me, I think as a global vision too, the desire for peace, the working for peace, that was Francis's, one of his goals. Was to, you know, help us seek peace in this world. So in Canada, the church has been focused on, I think, you know, from my point of view, is reconciliation. And I hope that whatever is done as this momentum for reconciliation continues, that we continue to try to work for reconciliation between the churches, the Christian, especially the Catholic Church, and Indigenous peoples, because we have a long way to go. And we don't have lots of time. So I just think that, you know, we don't have time, but what I mean by that is if we examine, you know, the rates of suicide, just one instance, in Nunavut and other places that are remote, they're shocking. And so we don't have time to wait for, you know, things. We need to work on reconciliation now. And so it's a very important priority, you know, for Canada and for the church. The church can be a real important presence to bring about reconciliation if it wants to.
So
if it has the will to do so.
Do you think, from what you know, have you ever met this Pope? Do you know much about him? Do you think he will be in a hurry on that journey to reconciliation, given his past?
You know, I don't know this Pope at all. I didn't know any of them really. The only cardinal that I would have any familiarity with would be Michael Czerny, who's has a connection to this parish through his family, the Czerny family in the parish. So that's the only, and then also, Francis Leo in Toronto, Cardinal Leo. So those are the only two that I've ever really met. So I had no idea who would win. And it comes as a surprise because I've been hearing that it wouldn't be an American cardinal who would be elected Pope. So it comes as a real surprise. But what I think is wonderful is the fact that he does have experience in Latin America, especially in Peru, one of the most countries with the most grinding poverty. You know, Peru is the site of the, you know, the poor. The father of liberation theology was Peruvian, Gustavo Gutierrez. So the center and thought and work of liberation theology came from Peru. So it started in Peru and worked outwards. So what I think is he will have had experience with this kind of need for working with the poor, and I mean grinding poverty, you know, and also this desire, you know, the Pope used to talk about encounters, creating a culture of encounter, and that is a Latin American thing. You know, this idea of encuentro. In Spanish, the word is encuentro, which has a deeper significance and meaning than the word English when we say encounter. encuentro is there's something more to it. And this is what Francis said would bring about peace, if we could have encountering with the other. And so Pope Leo would have familiarity with that. It wouldn't be a foreign concept. His time in Latin America, especially Peru. So that's a very hopeful thing for me when I hear about that. Also,
go ahead.
So another thing that I think is important, because in Canada, there's lots of still uncertainty around the role of prayer, Indigenous praying and culture. What is allowed? What's not allowed? Do Indigenous people, can they bring their culture into their praying? This is a big issue for Catholics. What can we accept in the Mass? What is acceptable? What's not acceptable? There's lots of suspicion by people and by bishops in Canada that says that's not allowed. There should be no this or that or things like that. So the idea for Native people, Indigenous people, culture is something that we want to integrate to the liturgy, to our prayer services, to the celebration of the Eucharist. I'm hoping that this Pope will, having had the experience of liturgy, prayers among the Los Indios in Peru, will have an effect that we can begin to explore in a deeper way the meaning of what we call liturgical enculturation. How can we bring our culture and our faith together? That's what I'm really hoping for. That'll be a big sign if we can develop a theology, an understanding, a spirituality around this whole issue of faith and culture, the integration of the two, to allow in our prayer service and our way of thinking and so forth.
Father, appreciate you.
That's what I've been thinking.
Father, appreciate you taking the time. Father Winkler in Ottawa, thank you.
Thank you.
How are Americans reacting to the first ever Pope from the United States? Coming up, we'll check in with journalist Steve Futterman, who's at a Catholic church in Los Angeles. Stay with us on CBC News Network.
Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost.
The world's 1.4 billion Catholics have a new leader. Cardinal Robert Prevost, an American, is the new pope. More than two-thirds of the 133 cardinals voted for him in a centuries-old ritual. The decision comes on the second day of the conclave. It was signaled by white smoke billowing from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel. When that happened, the crowd in St. Peter's Square erupted in cheers. Steve Futterman is getting reaction to the new American Pope. Get used to saying that. In Southern California, he joins us live from a Catholic church in Los Angeles. So, Steve, what are you hearing from people there today?
Well, Andrew, this is the largest archdiocese in the U.S., the LA Archdiocese, around 4 million members. Behind me is the Our Lady of the Angels Cathedral, the main cathedral in downtown Los Angeles. And we've been talking to people today. Obviously, the people we've spoken with are elated to have a first American Pope. All of them we've spoken with say they are quite surprised. Let's listen to one woman we spoke with earlier today.
He got chosen. I'm happy that, he's from the U.S., and I'm thankful to God dearly that they chose an answer today. I believe that he knows about the U.S. and the battles that are going through here as much as he is in the world. So I'm not only happy for the U.S., but I'm happy for the world that, he's going to contribute now.
Now, we also spoke to one of the priests here, and he talked about what an American priest means for the church in the U.S.
It's very historical. There's no question that the election of our new Pope is something very historical, especially for us in the United States, because for the very first time we have an American Pope. But at the same time, recognizing that our new Pope, a lot of his life he lived in Peru. So I would say that he's not just a Pope of the United States, but he's a Pope of the Americas.
And behind me, as I mentioned, that's where the cathedral is. A mass is taking place right now. It's the regular mass, but a larger number of people showing up today, and they are giving special prayers to the new Pope, the former Cardinal out of Chicago, who's now the next Pope, the new Pope of the Catholic Church.
And Steve, some victims of sexual abuse in the church have raised concerns about the new Pope. Why is that?
Well, first of all, we have to remember in the early parts of the century, the 1990s, the early parts of the 21st century, the U.S. and parts of North America were really beset by many, many accusations of people, mostly young men, who were claiming that they had been abused by Catholic priests. And priest Prevost back then did not escape some of the criticism. He's never been accused of doing anything untoward. Let's make that very clear. But like many officials in the Catholic Church, there have been some who have felt he didn't respond fast enough. And you may know that organization, SNAP, that's called the Survivors of Abuse by Priests. It has come out even before this conclave, and they felt that Cardinal Prevost really wasn't qualified. They were actually making comments against him. We'll have to see if this gains any traction at all. But again, just being a priest in the U.S. in that time period made you very possibly involved, not necessarily directly involved with the abuse, but complaints that you may not have responded fast enough. And these have been the complaints about the new Pope when he was in Chicago.
Steve, thank you. That is journalist Steve Futterman live in Los Angeles. The world is reacting to the announcement of this newly elected Pope, including leaders from many different countries. We'll bring you those reactions ahead on CBC News Network.
spiritus papam. Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
That was the moment the new Pope was introduced to the world. He is 69-year-old Robert Francis Prevost. He's the first American ever to serve in the role. The new pontiff has already taken the name Pope Leo XIV. He was greeted by cheers from tens of thousands of the faithful packing St. Peter's Square. The white smoke, the telltale sign a new pope had been chosen, came just after noon Eastern time after cardinals finished the fourth round of voting. The CBC's Juanita Taylor is part of our team in Vatican City for the conclave. She spent most of the last 2 days at St. Peter's Square. She spoke with one young woman about what the selection of a new pope means to her.
What a day it has been here at St. Peter's Square. Full of people and so much excitement. The crowd cheering, obviously a lot of jubilation here. I want to bring in a guest. Your name?
My name is Fernanda.
Fernanda.
Yes.
And where are you from?
Mexico.
Mexico.
Yes.
What was your feeling when you saw the Pope emerge?
I think it's a feeling you can't explain unless you're here. It's such a joy that you feel, a lot of hope for the world, for the Catholic Church, and it was amazing, and I'm very grateful I was able to be here. He looks like he's a very nice guy. He has a face of a very good guy, so as soon as we saw it, we were like, oh, he looks very nice, and we are very happy about the choice.
Are you going to celebrate in any way, in your own way?
We are going to have dinner. I'm here with my sister and two of my friends from Mexico, and we're going to have dinner, and we're just very excited.
Okay, thank you so much for speaking with me. Thank you. All right. A lot of excitement here at St. Peter's Square with the new Pope that has been selected. The white smoke billowed out from the chimney earlier today, and we're very happy to be here to be a part of it as well.
CBC's Juanita Taylor from St. Peter's Square inside the Vatican. More ahead on CBC News Network. Returning to our top story, there is a new pope now leading the world's more than 1 billion Roman Catholics. And for the first time in history, he is an American. Robert Prevost has taken the name Pope Leo XIV. Here are just a few images of how it all unfolded in Vatican City today. Now, leaders around the world are reacting to the appointment of the first American pope. To take us through what they're saying, let's bring in the CBC's Mark Harkisol. So, Mark, what are we hearing?
Andrew, leaders and worshipers all over the world certainly reacting to the naming of Pope Leo XIV, literally from all over the world. If you look at the tens of thousands of people who were at St. Peter's during the voting in the conclave today, you would see flags from all over the country. You could look at this and say perhaps they were waving flags of countries where they would be hoping that the Pope was from. Really, I think these were flags waving to say this is where we're from. And there are flags from all over the world there, just as there were candidates and cardinals voting in the conclave from all over the world as well. In the end, as you mentioned, Andrew, the first ever American pope, formerly Robert Francis Prevost, now Pope Leo XIV. And the world is certainly reacting when we look at what leaders have to say. We look first at Peruvian President Dina Boluarte. While Pope Leo is American, born in Chicago, he spent a lot of time in Latin America, particularly in Peru. She writes that their government of Peru offers their fraternal greetings to His Holiness Robert Prevost and the new Pope of the Catholic Church. Naturalized Peruvian in 2015, he served our people with love and faith. In his first message as pontiff, he recalled with emotion his time in Chiclayo and his closeness to Peru. May God bless him in his mission. Next, let's go over to the UK, where British Prime Minister Keir Starmer wrote on X today, "The election of Pope Leo XIV is a deeply profound moment of joy for Catholics in the United Kingdom and globally, and begins a new chapter for the leadership of the Church and in the world. Pope Leo is the first American Pope. This is a momentous moment." And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky also weighed in on social media today, writing, quote, "Congratulations to His Holiness Pope Leo XIV. Ukraine deeply values the Holy See's consistent position in upholding international law, condemning the Russian Federation's military aggression against Ukraine, and protecting the rights of innocent civilians. We hope for the continued moral and spiritual support of the Vatican in Ukraine's efforts to restore justice and achieve a lasting peace." We've heard from several other world leaders over the course of the day, including French President Emmanuel Macron, the Prime Minister of Ireland, Michael Martin, and so many more. The Pope is very much a global spiritual figure, so it's fitting that the entire world would weigh in on it. In terms of what Pope Leo stands for, a lot of that remains to be seen. We do know, as we've heard throughout the day, that he is progressive, but does have a conservative view on many other things. He hasn't done many interviews over time, keeps many of his ideas close to his vest, so it'll certainly be an interesting reign to watch. Andrew.
Thank you. That is the CBC's Mark Harkisol. In some other news we're following today, people living in communities on Newfoundland's Avalon Peninsula have been forced to evacuate their homes because of a nearby wildfire. A state of emergency was declared in the community of Small Point, Adams Cove, Blackhead, Broad Cove last night.
We saw it when it just started, when the flames were just shooting up over here, but it's been amazing to watch. All the firefighters and the RCMP and the volunteers. There's another water bomber now coming.
Wildfires cropped up across the region yesterday. The fires are now out, but there are some hot spots left that fire crews are dealing with. At least 12 homes have been destroyed by the flames. The full extent of the damage won't be known until the smoke from the fires lifts. Authorities say so far everyone is safe, but people won't be able to return home until power is brought back. We're also tracking a number of fires burning in Alberta, particularly near Redwater and Boyle, north of Edmonton. Sturgeon County has expanded its evacuation order for areas around the Redwater recreation area. At least one family in that area has already lost their home and business. More than 20 square kilometers has been burned in that part of the province. The province has also issued evacuation alerts for other nearby communities facing a risk from the fires. Coming up, our special coverage of Pope Leo XIV continues. He's the first American pope in the history of the Catholic Church. More ahead on CBC News Network. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. There is a new leader of the world's 1.4 billion Roman Catholics, and he is a stunning choice. For the first time in history, the Pope is American.
Habemus Papam.
A senior cardinal stood on a balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square to confirm the election of a new pope. In Latin, he announced, "We have a pope." Minutes later, the new pontiff stepped onto the balcony to introduce himself to the world.
La pace sia con tutti voi.
The crowd roared for more than 2 minutes before the new pope began to speak. He is 69-year-old Robert Francis Prevost from Chicago, but he spent many years working as a missionary in Peru and was made an archbishop there. For his papacy, he has taken the name Pope Leo XIV. He spoke in Latin, saying, "Peace be with all of you," in his first words as the new pope. That was the moment thousands of people in St. Peter's Square and people watching all around the globe learned there was a new pope. Earlier, the crowd erupted as white smoke billowed from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, indicating the cardinals gathered inside had elected a new leader of the Roman Catholic Church. People in the square chanted "Viva il Papa," which means "Long live the Pope" in Italian. The CBC's Megan Williams is in St. Peter's Square watching everything unfold. I spoke with her last hour about how the news of a new pope was being received in the Vatican.
I think everybody's just trying to figure this out because it feels like it came out of nowhere. Prevost was on some of the short lists and on CBC's short list, but he was further down, and I think people underestimated the fact that probably the cardinals in Latin America, who know him very, very well, he's been in Peru for 2 decades, he knows all of the South Latin American bishops and priests, they clearly went in there voting in a block and were able to advance his candidacy. He's a relatively new cardinal. I mean, Pope Francis named him a cardinal not that long ago, and he has been, Pope Francis brought him to Rome not that long ago. He's the head of the bishops, and he names the bishops around the world. So that gave him a higher profile. But before then, outside of Latin America, he didn't have a particularly high profile. So again, I think the Latin Americans clearly carried him forward in the voting, and then other people probably joined in along the way. But as I was saying, the fact that he's American is quite astounding because the assumption anybody you ever talk to here at the Vatican would say there will never be an American pope. Mind you, many of them said that there would never be a Jesuit pope, and enough cardinals were comfortable electing Pope Francis, who of course was a Jesuit. But it'll just be very interesting to follow it geopolitically as well. This is a man who stands for everything that opposes Donald Trump, President of the United States. So it'll be interesting how that plays out too.
Tell me about that, Megan. When you say that, I mean, in what more do we know about him? You can get into the specifics of how he would be different politically than Donald Trump, but just what more do we know about Leo XIV?
Well, we can look first and foremost to the name that he chose, which is Leo XIV, as you just said. Leo XIII, who was Pope at the turn of the 20th century, late 1800s, early 1900s, was kind of a social activist. I mean, he introduced Catholic social teaching and made it, it's something that has carried forward to this day. That was, during the Industrial Revolution, he was on the side of trade unions, of exploited workers. So for Prevost to take the name Leo XIV, he's expressing an affinity to those values. And we know that he was very aligned with Pope Francis on advocating for migrant rights, the environment too, which in Pope Francis's mind and politics went hand in hand. He was very clear that social justice and environmental protection, stewardship of the planet are deeply interconnected. And so Prevost is, those are his politics as well. So there are politics that could not be further than from Donald Trump.
The CBC's Megan Williams in Vatican City. For some reaction here at home, let's go to St. Joseph's Basilica in Edmonton. That's where the CBC's Julia Wong is standing by. And Julia, in the last hour, we heard from the president of the Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops. What did he have to say?
Yeah, well, William McGrattan called the selection of the new pope great news. He touted the new pope's resume, if you will, with him being a missionary, the years of experience that he had with him. But what I actually found most compelling is some of the personal things that we've learned about this new pope. McGrattan has met with Robert Prevost several times in the past and said that he's very approachable, a consensus builder, a centrist, if you will. He said that the new pope is a sensitive man, one who is humble, one who listens very carefully and asks questions to better understand what someone is saying. And what was compelling for McGrattan is how this new pope focused on issues such as injustices, focused on peace in the world during his first address to the world in this new role. And he says that really sets the tone for Leo's papacy moving forward, this need to work together, to work through differences, and to work for a better future. Now, McGrattan also had this to say when he was asked what he believes the new pope's take will be on reconciliation and on the church's relationship with Indigenous peoples. Take a listen.
I would think that given his background of working in Peru and being a missionary for over 20 years, I know that he has had experience with Indigenous communities there. In conversations with myself, talking about our path of that penitential pilgrimage with Pope Francis, he always was talking about, how have the bishops continued that? So there was a keen interest on his part to make sure that we as brother bishops were supporting what Pope Francis did here in Canada and making sure that we were faithful to those commitments that we had made.
Now, one of the most striking things about this new pope is the fact that he is American. And McGrattan was asked whether this choice sends a message to U.S. President Donald Trump. Now, McGrattan says he doesn't really want to wade into politics, but he also said that this choice does bear some weight, saying that he hopes Americans are open to hearing what he calls a voice of truth.
And Julia, what's some of the other reaction you're hearing about the new pope?
Yeah, so we've been outside St. Joseph's Basilica for a couple hours now, and we've been speaking with people as they came out of Mass earlier today. And many people were excited to hear that a new pope had been selected. They had been waiting eagerly for news and to see that white smoke. But on top of that excitement, there was also surprise. Again, surprise that this new pope is American. Many of them didn't know at the time that we were speaking to them anything about this new pope. But there definitely was a sense as I was speaking with people that they're excited to see how he's going to shape his papacy moving forward. Here's what some of them had to say.
He spoke with his heart about justice, about being a missionary, in compassion, and to build bridges instead closing bridges.
Absolutely surprising that we'd have an American pope, given the consolidation of power right now in the United States. But perhaps what it's signaling is that from the United States itself, we're going to have kind of counter witness or a complementary witness to the one that Donald Trump gives.
I don't feel that the Pope should necessarily have a political agenda. I think that he is first and foremost a spiritual leader. But what I'm really hoping for is that he'll be able to kind of provide unity to the Catholic Church.
So as you heard, many people who we spoke to here in Edmonton very much looking forward to getting to know this new Pope better. And, you know, one woman in particular said to me that now she gets to pray for this new Pope Leo, and he gets to pray for her.
Julia, thank you. The CBC's Julia Wong live in Edmonton. The CBC's Aaron Collins is in Washington. He has reaction in the U.S. to the new American Pope.
The numbers really matter here, right? Like, this is the 14th Pope named Leo, the 267th Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, but the first American-born Pope. Kind of puts it in perspective, right? It's a big deal. Choosing an American Pope, it goes against conventional wisdom. And as big as that shift is for the Church, I think it's an even bigger deal for the 50 million Catholic Americans, right? Some of whom were at the Vatican today, obviously getting a bit of a surprise, listening to their reaction to that news that the head of the Church is now going to be from their country. Have a listen to what that sounds like.
I mean, it's great. I mean, we're feeling very patriotic, yes. But
I think we're still processing.
I know,
it's still, like, it's so fresh. I mean, I just really hope that, like, this American Pope, he can, you know, keep the train on the tracks rolling that Francesco did. You know, the previous Pope, keep the Church moving in the same direction. That's what I hope. Never thought I would have seen the day that there would be an American Pope.
Yeah.
Like, especially now.
What do you mean?
Expecting this. I wasn't expecting it at all. Like, I left work early. I mean, don't tell my boss, but I'm glad I did.
Hopefully the boss isn't watching this, but you can hear the excitement, you can hear the pride, hoping that Pope Leo can keep the train on the tracks there.
We've got some initial reaction from the President of the United States. It'll be interesting to see over time how the U.S. President views this new American Pope.
It's going to be fascinating to watch. Donald Trump was quick to post about this on social media. No surprise there. Posted his congratulations, writing on his Truth Social that it's a great honor for our country, and he looks forward to meeting Pope Leo. And just moments ago at the White House, President Trump just had a few brief comments about that. Let's listen to that.
To have the Pope from the United States of America, that's a great honor. That's a great honor.
Sir, has your
welcome the Pope. Watching, and they said he's from America. I said, that's great.
But to your point, Andrew, it'll be fascinating to watch how this relationship evolves. The new Pope has been critical of some of the Trump administration's policy in the past, speaking out specifically against its immigration policies, asking in a social media post if the president's conscience wasn't disturbed by the deportation of an American citizen, and also criticizing J.D. Vance for suggesting that there was a hierarchy to God's love, posting in February that J.D. Vance is wrong. Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others. So, as you said, it's going to be absolutely fascinating, very interesting to see how the relationship between the first American Pope and the Trump administration evolves over the coming months and years.
The CBC's Aaron Collins in Washington. Still ahead, we'll go back to Washington and speak with a Vatican expert for their reaction to the first American Pope. Stay with us here on CBC News Network.
Get today's Outdoor Index in our app for the latest air quality, UV report, and health, pollen, and bugs updates. Make the most of summer.
Drink in more of summer with Tim's new Oreo Mocha Ice Caps. With Oreo in every sip. Perfect for that summer romance you longed for. Or that summer fling with the pool you longed for. Either way, drink in summer with Tim's new Oreo Mocha Ice Caps.
100 years. It's a story written by Canadians. And at the 100 Years in Canada event, we're honoring our deep roots with employee pricing on most Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram models. You pay what we pay for Canada's most awarded SUV ever, the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee. And you can also get employee pricing on the trail-rated and tech-savvy Jeep Compass. Because for 100 years, you didn't just ride along, you drove us.
Hey, Canada. Diabetes and obesity can increase your risk of cardiovascular disease, but there are ways to manage your risk. Here's a thought. Talk to your doctor, and may I suggest sooner than later?
What's it like working and living on a ranch? The only way to survive is to have passion and perseverance. And in my day, we called that true grit.
Priced beef now available at Garland Foods. If he wants a war, he's got one.
I wanted to make dinner for you on Saturday.
Are you as good in the kitchen as you are on the dance floor?
It doesn't mean living like you're running out of time. It means living in a place of hope.
Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost.
The world's 1.4 billion Catholics have a new leader. Cardinal Robert Prevost, an American, is the new pope. More than 2/3 of the 133 cardinals voted for him in a centuries-old ritual. The decision comes on the second day of the conclave. It was signaled by white smoke billowing from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel. When that happened, the crowd in St. Peter's Square erupted in cheers. For more on this, we've reached Kurt Martins in Washington. He is a Vatican expert and professor of canon law at the Catholic University of America. Appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you.
I've got to begin by asking you, the first American Pope. I mean, what was your reaction when you heard that?
Quite emotional, quite interested. It's kind of like, wow, it finally happened. So we were always told an American Pope will never happen because America is this great democracy. You have an American president with all this power. We cannot have a Pope who is also American. And look, for the second time in a row, one of our unwritten rules was broken. Last time around, before Francis was elected, we were always told we will never have a Jesuit Pope. We had our first Jesuit, and now we have our first American. But that's it. So very exciting news.
So the new Pope chose to be known as Pope Leo. Can you give us a sense of the significance to this name?
Oh, absolutely. With Leo, we think immediately of Leo XIII. Leo XIII was the Pope of the encyclical Rerum Novarum, which is the encyclical that started the social teaching of the Church. And I think that gives already an idea of what the emphasis of the new Pope is going to be. It's going to be attention for the poorest amongst us, for those who are in need, etc. It also kind of goes well together with his previous ministry as bishop in Peru, where he had a poor diocese and where he was always close to poor people. It also goes hand in hand with what Francis has taught us beforehand. So I think that name is very significant.
What you talked a little bit about how you thought that there could never be an American Pope. I'm wondering, because of the dominance of the American president in the world, I'm wondering whether you think the world needs or wants to also have an American Pope.
But let's be very clear. The American Pope, we have an American who was elected Pope, who was elected Bishop of Rome. Now he is the Bishop of Rome. He is ours. He's everyone's. And so the fact that he was American is now pushed to the side because he is now the Pope. So I don't think that is really something to be worried about. Especially if you look at his track record, it's not because he has American nationality that he's going to do what the government dictates. He is the Pope, he's the head of state of Vatican City-State now, and so he is his own sovereign.
How shocked were you, or how surprised were you that, and how do you think this happened? How do you think he was chosen?
I was not shocked, and I was not surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Because as the white smoke came up, I was sitting here with a person from our communications office, and I was making my lists of who could come out, and the first name on my list is Prevost. So I wasn't surprised at all. If it was quick, we knew it was going to be one person that they had already gathered around, that it wasn't a difficult conclave, and that there was some continuity and some desire to continue the mission of the church as have been started by Pope Francis. Don't forget, the cardinals elected not a successor to Pope Francis, but a successor to St. Peter, to the first bishop of Rome. So that's always an important thing.
You're the first person I think that I've spoken to today that said that Prevost was at the top of your list. So I'm interested in that. I mean, why was he at the top of your list?
I don't know. I had a kind of inclination because there was some things about, I had Prevost, then David, Parolin, and Tagle, which was kind of interesting because Parolin and Tagle had come under some fire. They were like the favorites. There is the rule: a favorite goes in, comes out as cardinal, and there was then the other cardinal from the Philippines, Cardinal David, who could have been a surprise person, but Cardinal Prevost. For some reason, I don't know, was it some inspiration, some instinct? I had him on my list, so I happen to be right.
You happen to be right. So what kind of pope do you think he will be?
I think, again, I cannot predict the future, right? Mm-hmm. But based on first impressions, based on his track records, I think we're going to have a pope who is open to the world, who is emphasizing synodality, walking together. He also quoted, he said, I'm an Augustinian. I belong to the order of St. Augustine. And St. Augustine had, in one of his writings, with you I am a Christian, for you I am a bishop. He said that before his first Urbi et Orbi on the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica. And I thought, that's an interesting thing that he says that. He's the leader, but at the same time, he walks together. It reminded me a little bit of what Pope Francis said during his first appearance on the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica. I am your bishop. Together we will walk our life. We will walk together. We will be Christians together. And it's kind of a little bit of an echo of that, but with his own emphasis, his own accents that he puts on that. Hence also the name, not Francis II, but Leo XIV.
And just finally, we were showing some images and some close-ups of his face, and he looked a bit emotional, I think, at times. I mean, this must be an emotional moment to be chosen. Can you tell me a little bit about that and what we should expect from him in the days ahead?
So I think when he was on the balcony, so it's one thing to say, to be in a Sistine Chapel and to go through the process of voting and whatnot. Don't forget, these cardinals have been through a very stressful time. There's first the illness of Pope Francis, his death. That's an emotional shock. Don't forget that Prevost was one of his closest collaborators. Then you go into the conclave. That is also somewhat tense in the sense of you have a huge responsibility. Then all of a sudden you have a 2/3 majority and you're being asked, do you accept? And you say yes, you choose your name. And then you go into the room of tears to get dressed in your new outfit. And you get on the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica, and then the reality sinks in. I mean, it sunk in earlier. Your life has totally changed. At the age of 69, now all of a sudden, you're the Pope, you're the successor to St. Peter, and you have this huge responsibility on your shoulders. I think I would be crying if I were in his shoes, provided I would have said yes. So, I mean, I think it's a natural human reaction. But I must say that his first contact with the crowd as he came out on the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica was very open and very jovial. He was emotional, but he was also very open and very, very approachable in a way.
Kurt, it was good talking to you. Thank you. Kurt Martens in Washington.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
The world is reacting to the announcement of this newly elected Pope, including leaders from many different countries. We'll bring you those reactions ahead on CBC News Network. Returning to our top story, there is now a new pope leading the world's nearly 1.5 billion Roman Catholics. And for the first time in history, he is an American. Robert Prevost has taken the name Pope Leo XIV. Here are just a few images of how it all unfolded in Vatican City. Leaders around the world are reacting to the appointment of the first American Pope. To take us through what they're saying, let's bring in the CBC's Mark Carcassol. So Mark, what are we hearing?
Andrew, there are over 1 billion Catholics across the planet, so it's only fitting that some of the world's largest, the leaders of some of the world's largest countries are reacting to the news of a new pope. You could just take a look at St. Peter's to see just how many Catholics were there, hundreds of thousands in attendance for the conclave, watching, waiting for the results, and lucky enough to be there, as you could see from that woman. You could see the flags flying all over the place of many different nations. There were also candidates, cardinals from many different nations as well in the running for this. In the end, as you mentioned, it was American Robert Francis Prevost, now known as Pope Leo XIV, who would get the honor, and he's being congratulated by supporters in the square and by the leaders of the various countries, many of whom he will likely in short time be going to meet in the years to come. First, the Irish Prime Minister, the Taoiseach, Michael Martin, extending his congratulations over social media today, tweeting, "I hope that this groundswell of best wishes towards Pope Leo XIV will give him strength and support as he takes on the immense responsibility of his pontificate. I know that he has the best wishes of all Irish people, of all traditions." He also goes on to congratulate the U.S. for having their first ever American Pope. Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, tweeting today, "An historic moment for the Catholic Church and its millions of faithful. To Pope Leo XIV and to all Catholics in France and around the world, I extend a message of fraternity. On this May 8th, may this new pontificate be one of peace and hope." And Ursula von der Leyen is the EU Commission president. She tweeted today, quote, "We sincerely congratulate His Holiness Pope Leo XIV on his election as Pope and head of the Catholic Church. We wish that his pontificate be guided by wisdom and strength as he leads the Catholic community and inspires the world through his commitment to peace and dialogue." Now, where the world goes from here with the Pope as one of its largest spiritual leaders remains to be seen. We do know that Pope Leo XIV in years past hasn't done many interviews. He's seen as being progressive on some issues, but more conservative and traditional on others. But because he hasn't done many interviews with Western media, we don't necessarily know where he stands on many key issues. I'm sure he will be having many conversations with many of those leaders who spoke about him and others around the world, and laying out his vision for the Catholic world as the years go on. Andrew.
Mark, thank you. The CBC's Mark Carcasole. Just ahead, we'll take you to the new Pope's hometown, Chicago. We'll speak to a reporter there about how the city is reacting to the first ever American pontiff. You're watching CBC News Network. And we have some breaking news to tell you about. The Prime Minister has just reacted to the appointment of this new Pope. Mark Carney posted, "I offer my prayers and best wishes to His Holiness Pope Leo XIV on his election, and an historic day for Catholics and all who look to the Vatican for guidance. At a time of global challenges, may his pontificate carry forward a mission of solidarity, compassion, and dignity for all."
Habemus Papam. Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti.
That was the moment the new Pope was introduced to the world. He is 69-year-old Robert Francis Prevost. He is the first American ever to serve in the role. Pope Leo XIV was greeted by cheers from tens of thousands of the faithful packing St. Peter's Square. The white smoke, the telltale sign a new pope had been chosen, came just after noon Eastern Time after cardinals finished the fourth round of voting. The CBC's Juanita Taylor is part of our team in Vatican City for the conclave. She spent most of the last 2 days at St. Peter's Square. She spoke with one young woman about what the selection of a new pope means to her.
What a day it has been here at St. Peter's Square. Full of people and so much excitement. The crowd cheering, obviously a lot of jubilation here. I want to bring in a guest. Your name?
My name is Fernanda.
Fernanda.
Yes.
And where are you from?
Mexico.
Mexico.
Yes.
What was your feeling when you saw the Pope emerge?
I think it's a feeling you can't explain unless you're here. It's such a joy that you feel, a lot of hope for the world, for the Catholic Church, and it was amazing, and I'm very grateful I was able to be here. He's a very nice guy. He has a face of a very good guy, so as soon as we saw it, we were like, oh, he looks very nice, and we are very happy about the choice.
Are you going to celebrate in any way, in your own way?
We are going to have dinner. I'm here with my sister and two of my friends from Mexico, and we're going to have dinner, and we're just very excited.
Okay, thank you so much for speaking with me. Thank you. All right. A lot of excitement here at St. Peter's Square with the new Pope that has been selected. The white smoke billowed out from the chimney earlier today, and we're very happy to be here to be a part of it as well.
The CBC's Juanita Taylor from St. Peter's Square inside the Vatican. The new Pope is the first American and a native of Chicago, where he began his journey in the church. For more on how the city is reacting, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus. So, Adrian, you're at a cathedral there. What's the reaction been to this news, both from church leaders and the faithful?
Hey there, Andrew. Well, I'll start with the initial reaction, surprise. And that element of surprise has somewhat settled. When we pulled up, we were just outside of Holy Name Cathedral. And when we pulled up, soon after the news was announced, the bells were ringing. People had gathered here and they were sitting on the steps. Inside of the cathedral at the time of the announcement, the news spread, and it spread quickly. There was a group of students here from a local Catholic school in a Chicago suburb. And with those students and their parents' permission, we did talk to some of them. A 12-year-old told me at 12 years old, he couldn't believe he lived to see an American Pope elected. Not only an American Pope, but a Pope from the city he calls home. And that 12-year-old said he hopes to grow up one day and become Pope, but if he doesn't become Pope, this is something he will share with his kids as well as his grandchildren. As you can imagine, there's just this overwhelming feeling of pride and so much excitement. We heard from one woman who said one thing she's most excited about with this new Pope is that he models and reflects some of the same ideas as former Pope Francis. Andrew?
And Adrian, the news came near the end of the noon mass today at the cathedral. What happened in that moment?
You know, lots of eruption after as it was announced. So this church, so you are familiar, it is the seat of the Archdiocese here in Chicago, and it's one of the largest in the U.S. So the church is open also to the public. There have been tours going on throughout the day. And as you mentioned, there was a noon mass. And so people were getting a reaction here. Not only were the faithful getting reaction, we've also heard from non-Catholics who are excited about this new Pope. And I want to share with you some of the reaction from local leaders. We heard from former President Barack Obama, who said in part that he and Michelle send our congratulations to a fellow Chicagoan, His Holiness Pope Leo XIV. This is a historic day for the United States, and we will pray for him as he begins the sacred work of leading the Catholic Church and setting an example for so many, regardless of faith. We've also heard from the governor of Illinois, as well as Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson. There was this saying that was coined by a local historian here in Chicago. He documents things that have happened in the city of Chicago, specifically the south side of Chicago, and he says everything dope in America comes from Chicago, and Chicago's mayor adding on to that sentiment, saying not only does, in part, and I'm paraphrasing, not only does everything dope come from Chicago, you can now include the Pope. And we've just seen this overwhelming reaction on social media. In Chicago, we know there's multiple TV series with Chicago in front, like Chicago PD, Chicago Fire. Some folks are now saying, will we see a Chicago Pope series? So there's just this joy. People are laughing and smiling, and they're excited about the future.
And I understand, as you mentioned, the new Pope's Catholic roots were planted in Chicago's South Side, right? So what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so primarily grew up here, but it is important to underscore that he spent at least a third of his life outside of Chicago. And we saw today when he emerged and addressed the audience there that he speaks multiple languages and fluently. He got his Master's of Divinity in 1982, and that is from Chicago Theological Union. And we did speak with the president of that institution, who said he is a fabulous person. When we spoke with her, she was so excited she could barely speak. And when the name was announced, they were surprised, and she just called the first name. Roberto is what she said, and she wasn't sure if it was their beloved. And when they found out that it was the person who had attended their university and school, they were so excited. So as you can imagine, just this sense of pride.
Adrienne, thank you. That's Adrienne Broaddus of NBC News reporting for us live from Chicago. The moment the new leader of the Catholic Church was unveiled, Robert Francis Prevost becomes Pope Leo XIV. The 69-year-old was born in Chicago and becomes the first ever American pope. The new pope served for 2 decades in Peru. He was a parish priest, teacher, and bishop during his time there, and did a lot of work with Peru's indigenous people. Father Daryl Corbiere Winkler is a pastor at St. Basil's in Ottawa. He's also a member of Chiging First Nation. He hopes the Pope's experiences in Peru will help with reconciliation efforts.
So in Canada, the church has been focused on, I think, from my point of view, is reconciliation. And I hope that whatever is done as this momentum for reconciliation continues, that we continue to try to work for reconciliation between the churches, the Christian, especially the Catholic Church, and indigenous peoples, because we have a long way to go, and we don't have lots of time. So I just think that, we don't have time, but what I mean by that is if we examine, the rates of suicide, just one instance, in Nunavut and other places that are remote, they're shocking. And so we don't have time to wait for, things. We need to work on reconciliation now. And so it's a very important priority, for Canada and for the church. The church can be a real important presence to bring about reconciliation. What I think is wonderful is the fact that he does have experience in Latin America, especially in Peru, one of the most countries with the most grinding poverty. Peru is the site of the poor. The father of liberation theology was Peruvian, Gustavo Gutierrez. So the center and thought and work of liberation theology came from Peru. So it started in Peru and worked outwards. So what I think is he will have had experience with this kind of need for working with the poor, and I mean grinding poverty, and also this desire, the Pope used to talk about encounters, creating a culture of encounter, and that is a Latin American thing. This idea of encuentro. In Spanish, the word is encuentro, which has a deeper significance and meaning than the word English when we say encounter. Encuentro is there's something more to it. And this is what Francis said would bring about peace, if we could have encountering with the other. And so Pope Leo would have familiarity with that. It wouldn't be a foreign concept, his time in Latin America, especially Peru. So that's a very hopeful thing for me when I hear about that.
Father Darrell Corbière Winkler in Ottawa. He is a pastor at St. Basil's Catholic Parish and a member of Chiging First Nation. More ahead on CBC News Network. The dramatic white smoke moment happened just after 6 p.m. Rome time. St. Peter's Square erupted upon word a new pope was chosen. Less than 90 minutes later, he emerged. Pope Leo XIV, an American, will be the next leader of the Roman Catholic Church. Steve Futterman is in Southern California getting reaction to the new American Pope. He's at a Catholic church in Los Angeles with more on what he's hearing from people there today.
Well, Andrew, this is the largest archdiocese in the U.S., the LA Archdiocese, around 4 million members. Behind me is the Our Lady of the Angels Cathedral, the main cathedral in downtown Los Angeles. And we've been talking to people today. Obviously, the people we've spoken with are elated to have a first American Pope. All of them we've spoken with say they are quite surprised. Let's listen to one woman we spoke with earlier today.
He got chosen. I'm happy that, he's from the U.S., and I'm thankful to God dearly that they chose an answer today. I believe that he knows about the U.S. and the battles that are going through here as much as he is in the world. So I'm not only happy for the U.S., but I'm happy for the world that, he's going to contribute now.
Now, we also spoke to one of the priests here, and he talked about what an American priest means for the church in the U.S.
It's very historical. There's no question that the election of our new Pope is something very historical, especially for us in the United States, because for the very first time we have an American Pope. But at the same time, recognizing that our new Pope, a lot of his life he lived in Peru. So I would say that he's not just a Pope of the United States, but he's a Pope of the Americas.
And behind me, as I mentioned, that's where the cathedral is. A mass is taking place right now. It's the regular mass, but a larger number of people showing up today, and they are giving special prayers to the new Pope, the former Cardinal out of Chicago, who's now the next Pope, the new Pope of the Catholic Church.
And Steve, some victims of sexual abuse in the church have raised concerns about the new Pope. Why is that?
Well, first of all, we have to remember in the early parts of the century, the 1990s, the early parts of the 21st century, the U.S. and parts of North America were really beset by many, many accusations of people, mostly young men, who were claiming that they had been abused by Catholic priests. And priest Prevost back then did not escape some of the criticism. He's never been accused of doing anything untoward. Let's make that very clear. But like many officials in the Catholic Church, there have been some who have felt he didn't respond fast enough. And you may know that organization, SNAP, that's called the Survivors of Abuse by Priests. It has come out even before this conclave, and they felt that Cardinal Prevost really wasn't qualified. They were actually making comments against him. We'll have to see if this gains any traction at all. But again, just being a priest in the U.S. in that time period made you very possibly involved, not necessarily directly involved with the abuse, but complaints that you may not have responded fast enough. And these have been the complaints about the new Pope when he was in Chicago.
That is journalist Steve Futterman in Los Angeles. In other news we're following today, people living in communities on Newfoundland's Avalon Peninsula have been forced to evacuate their homes because of a nearby wildfire. A state of emergency was declared in the community of Small Point, Adams Cove, Blackhead Broad Cove last night.
We saw it when it just started, when the flames were just shooting up over here, but it's been amazing to watch all the firefighters and the RCMP and the volunteers. There's another water bomber now coming.
Wildfires cropped up across the region yesterday. The fires are now out, but there are some hot spots left that fire crews are dealing with. At least 12 homes have been destroyed by the flames. The full extent of the damage won't be known until the smoke from the fires lifts. Authorities say so far everyone is safe, but people won't be able to return home until power is brought back. We're also tracking a number of fires burning in Alberta, particularly those near Redwater and Boyle, north of Edmonton. Sturgeon County has expanded its evacuation order for areas around the Redwater recreation area. At least one family in that area has already lost their home and business. More than 20 square kilometers has been burned in the area. The province has also issued evacuation alerts for other nearby communities facing a risk from the fires. As you can see on this map provided by the Canadian Wildland Fire Information System, the risk of wildfire is extremely high in the southern Midwest area of the country. That's the part on the map shown here in red, and it includes parts of Western Ontario, southern Manitoba, most of Saskatchewan, and northern Alberta. We'll continue to watch these fires and bring you more information as it becomes available. According to Ontario's health minister, more than 1,300 people in the province have been infected with the measles virus since October. Ontario's health minister, Sylvia Jones, says she's focusing efforts on childhood vaccination and has informed the public there are lots of vaccine units available. She's encouraging people of any age who are unvaccinated to get the new measles vaccine. And we leave you now once again with the moment Robert Francis Prevost emerged and took the name Pope Leo XIV, the first American elected pope in the church's 2,000-year history. You're watching CBC News Network. I'm Andrew Nichols. Thanks for watching. Power and Politics is coming up next.